Maybe they've
Maybe
set
they're
them on
just
fire already.
walking.
They said Tanya is talking right now. And
hundreds of people. You cannot look away from your screen. I don't care if you have to use the restroom or what you need to do. You do not want to step away from the screen.
That is
anything could happen here.
Tanya's talking right now.
We will make top of the four. There'll be very little to show.
I'd like to acknowledge Stan Rickman. Stan tweeting us.
Stan.
All the protesters are doing is helping Trump's campaign and not the cause that they think they're fighting for by acting this way. I'm glad that Stan commented on that because that was the topic.
That is a part of your video today.
Yeah, that's the video that I did with Ron today. It is going up. It's already up on our YouTube channel, and it should be going up on our Facebook page soon. It might already be up there. It might not, but you guys, it's basically
just
the protesters.
Go over it without Ron. You be the voice. You don't need Ron Hoon. Be the voice.
All right. Well, chaos last night in New Mexico. Protesters who were once peaceful turned violent. So violent, in fact, that it kind of ruins whatever message they were trying to send. In fact, people who might not have an opinion on Trump may, in reality, be pro-Trump because they don't want to associate with such violent protesters.
Yeah.
So the question is, will the protests help Donald Trump's campaign because the people who are anti-Trump came off as so ridiculous last night in New Mexico?
Right.
That's the gist of the video, I think.
People were not happy.
Nope.
Okay. They're making me move to something else here pretty soon. Yikes.
All right, looks like we're getting some more tweets in. Mark Meyer is saying, I said it earlier, if you don't love this country and the American flag, then get the blank out. You don't belong. And really, Rick saying, I'm a gay, San Francisco born and raised liberal Democrat, but I'm voting Trump because he'll put us back in USA.
Whoa.
Really, Rick. Shout outs to Really Rick.
It looks like we're going from one protest to another here pretty soon. Community demands Arpaio's imprisonment. Judge Snow found Arpaio and his top deputies in contempt for repeatedly violating court orders to stop racially profiling as part of an unlawful enforcement operations targeting migrants and failing to turn in evidence. The community gathering will review the contempt charges against Arpaio and will make recommendations on penalties to the judge's findings. The judge's findings reveal that Arpaio willfully and intentionally disregarded the orders of the court. It is anticipated that ACLU and U.S. Justice Department representatives will be present at this forum. Overall, the sentiment of the community is that criminal charges should be ordered by the judge and that the outcome should include jail time for Arpaio and his accomplices. How am I? Is Blake here? Compensate to the plaintiff class. So we're going to have that at 4. MCSO headquarters. We'll show you that in the next few minutes. The police presence obviously much heavier in Anaheim than the protesters, though.
Yeah, because they saw what happened last night. The chaos.
It was actually chaotic last night, though. I have no idea what that is. No, we don't care. That's funny.
We're reading your tweets, guys.
Caden is always giving us a hard time, especially during car chases.
So you're familiar with Caden.
I am familiar with Caden. I do not trust Caden with my life. Looks like we're having internet trouble, so if we go offline, it's just temporarily.
I do like Willie Rick's comment. These anti-Trump protesters are blocking the entrance to Disneyland. How un-American is that?
Preach.
Let kids be kids. They just want to go on Splash Mountain, dang it.
They just want to see Goofy in real life. Although I'm more of a Pluto.
Lee Flight Plan saying those police horses are awesome. Good thing those guys have little masks to protect their faces from the rocks.
I will say that the last time I was at Disneyland, I completely lost my vehicle, and they are not very, they're not very good at helping you find your car.
The parking lot is massive.
It is. There was that girl walking around by myself with pressing the alarm key. Do you think that Ellen won't have Donald Trump on? Or do you think that Ellen has Hillary Clinton on right now? Do you think that she won't have Donald Trump on? Or do you think that they just haven't had that idea?
I think they should. I mean, I think it would be right to have Donald Trump because Donald Trump was famous before.
He was the assumed nominee.
Right. So if anything, from a celebrity point of view, they still should.
Who said that? No, but who said that? Patriotic. Yeah, I pray for Ben Shapiro every day. Don't worry, I pray for him. That's funny. Ben Shapiro hates Trump.
Oh. Well, guys, keep the tweets coming. We are enjoying reading them.
And again, in about 15 minutes, we are headed to a Sheriff Joe event where the community, parts of the community makes it sound like everybody as a whole has agreed to this. The community demands Arpaio's imprisonment.
So basically more protests.
Yeah, we're going for protests.
From a group of people that probably would also protest Trump.
Yes.
Maybe they should surround them. You know, like the cops just surrounded these guys right now.
The Renegade Party. Our nation has lit a fire in the hearts of our people. The fire rises. Meanwhile, I get a tweet from Love Not Hate Always. How about Disney turns all the characters loose on the protesters for ruining the kids' day? You guys.
Psychoneuroplasticity. I have no idea. I wonder if those officers are like, hey guys, look, you need to go home. Trump trouble. No. Catella. Catella and West out here in Anaheim. And officers and officers and officers and some more officers. See? Well, I tried. I had the thing open for a little bit. Oh, all right. I'll close mine then. Well, we have to see these guys. That's it. So,
So it looks like they're on the corner of Catella Avenue and something else, but I do know that Catella Avenue is very close to Disneyland, Kinsley.
Yeah.
Not too far from the 5 freeway. I think that is very close to Disneyland.
I remember that Coco's. I mean, I've
and
never
there's the
been
Best
there,
Western right there. They really are just preventing anyone from getting to Disneyland. Look at that. They've literally taken over a major street. This isn't a side street anymore, guys.
But what do you mean they've taken over? I don't see a lot of protesters. I see more police than protesters.
Right, the police have taken over the street. I guess the police don't want people to have access to Disneyland.
I was going to say.
But I think that it's because they're protesters that the police have to shut down access to Disneyland.
Can't they just...
The not so happiest place on earth right now.
all right, the officers are leaving. Perfect timing. Did they plan this for the 4 o'clock?
Look at that, Kinsey. Look at that.
I know, if they keep them in the... And Coco's is probably like, we don't want this riffraff here.
They just want people to come there for pies. Really, Rick saying it's fitting protesters are in front of Disneyland. If they believe Trump will ruin the country, they live in Fantasyland. Really, Rick is on a roll.
Rick. Rick.
For those of you tuning in who want to make America great again, tweet Kinsey and I. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Orangewood and Eugene.
Do you think that people can't stump Trump? Well, if you do, tweet us. Samia Fox 10, Kinsey Fox 10. We'd love to get your take. If you are riding the Trump train, tweet us. Kinsey Fox 10, Samia Fox 10. We're waiting for your tweets, guys.
I don't know where Orangewood and Eugene is. Eugene's pretty close by. I mean, Orangewood is parallel. I am well, and yourself? Okie dokie. I will. Awesome. Okay, copy. Alright, so there is Orangewood. That's Orangewood. Alright, that's Orangewood. I don't see anything tipped over. Oh,
That
Don't
would be
read it out
Kinsey.
I got him. It wasn't, I don't know what he thought. It's Euclid.
The answer is Kinsey.
That's Orangewood and Euclid. Alright.
We have people asking us if the protesters dispersed. The protest group has gotten a lot smaller. The police presence obviously dominates at this point in time, but the protesters have gotten. The group has gotten a lot smaller. It was bigger early on, but thankfully it settled down, and hopefully the rally's been over for hours, so hopefully these people will just all pack up and go home soon.
Juan, Lena, the crowds basically have been really waning out, disappearing.
Shout out to Really Rick, really
Samia-
bringing it. I mean,
Samia suggested I do this, but I was like, Samia, you're the one that's really feeling this right now.
well, really, Rick sent us the best tweet. Protester at the corner of Catella and Disneyland Drive, basically right next to Disneyland, sends us a screenshot of the Google Map view saying there's the Coco. So this is basically right near Disneyland, guys. This is huge. Our lower third should be like anti-Trump protesters shut down Disneyland.
Honestly,
Alert the masses.
I'm feeling kind of guilty because I probably should have done this. That's why I was trying not to acknowledge it.
Really, Rick, Fox News Now is hiring for a Google Maps expert.
And more. Here you go. Thank you, really, Rick. We appreciate you. Very, very cool.
Thank you, really, Rick. The protest.
So I'll take you back to the live view of the protests. Well, or our chopper trying to find them.
Where'd they go? Go ahead, go ahead. Okay, no problem. I don't understand what that was just all about. I don't know, everybody was kind of talking at the same time. I found it earlier, now it's not there. The crowd's gone and everything. Even the cops. It was the same intersection. I saw this Shell station. That guy's nuts.
World Justice News, hello. They
Thanks
love
for
us.
watching
They
us.
watch us all the time. Say hi to 74 of us watching now. Hello.
Hey. Oh, hey. But they only said hi to Samia, so I'm actually not going to say hi to you, so thanks.
Oh, maybe they'll say hi to you next, Kinsey. Sometimes you have to be the one that makes that first step.
You have a lot more energy. I'm very low energy today. I feel like
Let's call Kinsey Jeb.
I'm the Jeb of today. I feel a little Jeb, a little Marco Rubio because I'm wearing that lipstick, so I want water. My lips are a little dry. Feeling very Jeb, very Marco. It's never a good place to be.
I understand though. When I come in the mornings and I'm tired, and Ron Hoon asks how I am, I'm Jeb today. When he looks at me, I'm like low energy.
I wish I had. I wish I had Jeb's access, though. He gets to spend Christmas with W. I'd love to spend Christmas with W.
Not Trump?
Maybe if Trump was passing out presents.
Trump myths would be fun.
I really feel like W would paint me a picture of my dogs. I don't know if Trump would offer such a gem.
Kinsey, I hope you enjoy the protests. I'm done with my day. But you know my phone number in case you need to do a phoner about the protests.
Samia. They've taken it to the pool at the W Hotel.
Disneyland, man.
We have to have a moment of silence for Jeb Bush. I'll give you that. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
Only one injury. That person was hit, was a reporter, and right now now, though, the horses are still walking, the crowd's still walking in front of them, but it does seem like this is finally coming to a very slow end. Live in Sky 9 over Anaheim, I'm Stu Mendel. Back to you guys in the studio. Mark, yes, we can do another hit. We do have about 15 minutes left on station, though. 1-5, 1-5 up here, and depending upon where we want to go for fuel.
All right, that was a long moment of silence. It was really long. All right, Kinsey here. I'm no longer getting my Sheriff Joe protest in at 4. They pushed it to 5. So we're going to continue to watch this very interesting protest. Again, I cannot stress to you enough how prepared it seems the Anaheim Police Department is for this event, especially in comparison to last night. If you were watching me when we had the Albuquerque protest, it was insane. People trying to break through, glass and doors, break through the building, trying to get at the Trump supporters. It was horrible. Additionally, setting flags on fire and throwing bottles with urine and rocks at police officers. Just a despicable representation of Albuquerque. It was an unfortunate situation to witness, but we have this live feed out of Anaheim where it looks a lot more calm, and the police definitely have a hold of the situation, thankfully. Not as many people, and I'm sure it has a lot to do with the time as well. An early afternoon rally versus an evening rally. When it gets dark outside, the demons come out. So we're thankful to the Anaheim PD, and we're thankful to the Albuquerque PD as well. My friend Brian Skoloff was in the mix last night and said he was hit with a bottle full of urine. Bless him. That's yuck. And I don't know if we're going to completely lose our helicopter. Sometimes they run out of gas. So let's see where we're headed now. Alright, since it looks like I've lost my helicopter, although we have these beautiful clouds, I'm going to take us to oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Nope. I'm going to take us to this TSA hearing from this congressional hearing. It's in regards to TSA. We're going to go there right now. And if I have any breaking news or I get my feedback, I'm going to take you there faster than you can say, "Can't stump Trump."
population and dramatically expand the capability to enroll people in pre-check.
And so I know they're putting a lot of blame on you for this crisis, but we passed a bill out of this committee to expand the TSA pre-check program, which would have helped this situation, and yet it's sitting there in the Senate, stalled in the Senate. They could have helped this problem months ago, and it's unconscionable that the Senate hasn't acted on this, and I call upon the Senate. Sometimes they don't listen to us in the House, but for the sake of the American people, it's time for the Senate to act on this important legislation. With that, I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cedric, put that chart up. Well, I have a chart that kind of crystallized what I think is the challenge that TSA is faced with. In FY11, we had 45,000 TSOs, 642 million passengers. FY16, we have 740 million passengers and only 42,500 TSOs. I guess the question comes to mind, what do you think the number of TSOs you need to address the problem we're faced with now?
Well, thank you for the question. I do think that we are at a lower staffing level than we need to be to meet peak demands at peak periods. And we're working the staffing models now aggressively with the airlines to determine the right number. We're also looking to see what kinds of efficiencies we can gain in just the way we deploy people. So we found in Chicago, for instance, that we converted 100 part-timers to full-time. That's an instant gain of a workforce. We're using overtime hours to effectively convert additional part-timers to full-time. And we're adding a total of 250 officers over the summer, 58 right now. That, in conjunction with some operational adjustments we made, have dramatically improved the situation in Chicago. So I think that I don't have an exact number for you right now because we're reworking our staffing models completely to look at the way in which the airlines do it. But I do know that we need a higher staffing level than we currently have.
And I look forward to you coming up with the number. Do you have presently the resources to address the problems of wait time and other things presently within your budget?
The reprogramming request has helped considerably because it's allowed me to immediately put resources. Right now, the most effective approach is to get part-time to full-time so that I can get trained people working longer hours who want to work longer hours, who'd like to be full-time. That reduces my attrition rate, so it increases my ability to avoid churn. And then it allows me to redeploy some of my K-9 teams to the airports of highest need. That addresses the problem in the top airports, but I don't want to see the problem cascade across the system, which is why we're looking at the potential for whether a second reprogramming request is needed to hire additional.
Thank you. Some people are saying that the wait time has increased substantially after the airlines implemented baggage fees, that people, rather than paying the fees, are taking additional baggage onto the planes to avoid the cost. And therefore, the wait time getting to the plane increases because of the increase in baggage. Have you all looked at that as an issue?
Well, I will tell you, we see about 4 times the number of bags coming to the checkpoint than get checked. And volume at the checkpoint, the volume of carry-on bags puts a lot of pressure on checkpoint operations. So we've been working aggressively with the airlines to first enforce the 1+1 rule. We think that's very important because if you bring 4 things through the checkpoint, a couple of those things are probably going to get gate checked anyhow.
Well, I think one thing we ought to look at as a committee, the airlines are making several $1 billion annually off those fees. And if that has contributed to the wait times and additional things, I think we ought to look and see if they can make a contribution toward this effort to alleviate the wait times. I think that's a reasonable thing for us to look at, and I look forward to this committee looking at that as a possibility. I was glad to hear your analysis of the BDOs. There's been a lot of comment and criticism, quite frankly, about their use. And so now if they are being deployed to address this crisis, I compliment you on doing that. With this wait time issue where we are, can you tell me what the airlines are doing to help address this problem as far as TSA is concerned?
Yeah, I've been very pleased with what the airlines have been aggressively doing lately. So quite a few of the airlines have been hiring contract staff to take non-security duties. Everything from sitting at the exit lanes, that frees up a TSO to get back on a checkpoint, providing people to run the bins from one end of the line back to the beginning of the line, doing what's called divest officer duties. That's the individual who reminds people to take off their shoes and their belt and so forth. Turns out that's a pretty important position because a lot of people forget to do it, and that can slow things down if you're not prepared by the time you get there. So that's been very helpful. They're also providing people out in front of the checkpoints to direct people to other checkpoints. What we find is that oftentimes you'll have, particularly in airports where you have limited physical space in which to operate, you have multiple small checkpoints that you can't see from one to the other. And sometimes you'll get a big line in one and there'll be nobody in the next. But human psychology is such that once you're in a line, you don't want to leave that line to go to another one because you might find yourself in a longer one. So catching them before they get in line is important. And finally, the other thing they're helping us do with the huge increase in enrollments that we've seen in pre-check, we have a lot of people who still walk into a standard line not recognizing that that's not going to be an automatic pre-check lane. So you've got to scrub the standard lines to pull people out. As many as 15% of the daily passengers we're finding are walking into a standard lane by mistake, and you got to get them out of there. So the airlines have been very helpful in that respect.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the ranking member. Chair recognizes Mr. King from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Admiral, for your testimony here today and for your service. In New York, my understanding is that at JFK Airport, there's an 82% increase in the increased maximum time between 2015 and 2016. Whether that's 82 or 72, it's still extraordinarily high. Can you quantify what impact you expect from the additional new officers you're going to be sending there? In other words, will that 82, will it become 72, 52? Is there any way you can you'll make the equivalency between the additions and subtractions?
Yeah, I don't know if I can put a percentage on it right now for you, but I can tell you we're already seeing a dramatic improvement at JFK. For example, yesterday, the maximum line wait we saw, and it was just a spike, was 39 minutes in a standard lane, and the maximum time we saw in a pre-check lane was 5 minutes. So we're already seeing a dramatic improvement there. We have watched that very carefully. We want to make sure that we see that every day. You had very high volume coming through.
Is that
AFK
because of
yesterday.
increased personnel or because of change in methods?
It's a combination of changing in some operational procedures, so using the personnel more effectively. One of the things that this national incident approach, this national approach to it allows us to do is rapidly move good ideas around the system. And it's also the combination of some new personnel coming in, shifting some dog teams there. Dog teams help considerably in terms of moving passengers.
And again, if we can try to quantify, your original goal was 25 million for pre-check.
Right.
There's 9 or 10 right now. If you got to 25, what impact would that have?
Well, I think it could dramatically transform the system because then you would have many, many lanes open. That would represent roughly 50% of the daily traveling volume if you got to 25 million people, and you could keep many more lanes open in pre-check. You could run the dogs more effectively in the locations where you still had high volume, but it would be on a smaller crowd of people. So if we can continue to grow that population, I think that's the way. And the other thing it does for me is it gives me a known population. That's much more important, particularly in today's world.
Chairman mentioned Egypt Airlines and maybe this is slightly off topic, but you also mentioned the insider threat. Can you just say what you're doing on that? I know
basis, the so-called FBI Rat-Back program. The current requirement is every 2 years. I want that to be recurrent as well. Assuming that goes well, then we will implement that full-time by the end of the calendar year, and that will be continuous vetting against the criminal databases as well.
So are there training procedures in place for cooperation between the TSA personnel and the armed police at the airports? Because TSA obviously is not armed. They can't make arrests. If they do spot something, how quick is the time response with the police officers?
Well, it can vary by airport, but we've got duress alarms at every checkpoint on every single lane of every checkpoint in the nation. We completed the installation of those just before the end of the calendar year. We train every day with police departments. In fact, I just met with the Association of Law Enforcement Officers at their annual conference, and one of the topics was a discussion for consistent training across, and it's everything from active shooter training to response to emergencies to clearing contraband items that are discovered at the checkpoint. But I think we have a very good relationship, particularly in the largest airports where the potential for greatest concern can be.
When you have nothing else to do, if you could do me a favor and just check out what the relationship is between TSA and the Port Authority Police of New York and New Jersey.
Yes, sir, I will.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Thank the chairman and the ranking member for this hearing. Admiral, thank you again for your service. I've often said in this committee and said to TSOs and others that the Transportation Security Administration are the first responders of aviation security, and I believe that's important to convey to your management, to you, and to certainly the line officers, supervisors, and others who go out every day to do this great work. I also want to acknowledge the chairman and ranking member of this committee, because they have led an enormously bipartisan committee that only focus or main focus is the security of the nation. This makes this a pleasant experience because we are committed to getting the job done, if you will. We want to get the job done with you, and so I want to emphasize a thought that it's difficult to call yourself the reprogrammed government. It's hard to reprogram for infectious diseases. It's hard to reprogram for military. It's hard to reprogram for the security of the nation, particularly in aviation security. So I understand that we members will come to add to the TSOs.
Yes, ma'am. The 768 that we're hiring right now should all be on board by June 15th. So we're hiring them now. So they're rolling into the system, but we should have them all trained and on board by June 15th.
June 15th. All right.
That's right. And then they will add to that. That's in addition to the normal hiring that we're already doing. So that's on top of the 200 new officers a week that we're putting out of training currently.
So is that FY16? Can we expect 1,600 and then 2,500? I had these numbers.
Well, the 1,600 was the number I was scheduled to lose in FY16. So Congress allowed me to keep that number. So we had already.
That's somewhat of a plus, but you didn't lose them. So that's 1,600.
Just didn't lose them. Yes, ma'am.
And then what's the 25?
So this 768 is a plus on top of that 1,600 that we would have lost, and we had already cut some into that number to meet the FY16 targets. We had to hire back some of those.
Does that make the 2,500 additional, or obviously 17 and 7 is, I mean 16 and 7 is 23, but
right.
What do you think you're going to get in FY16?
Well, I think we'll get that. We'll keep the 1,600 plus the 768 on top of that. So that gives us roughly the 2,400 or
correct.
So in
and
FY16.
Does that include the potential reassignment, redeploying of BDOs, which I think is an excellent idea, particularly having them be at a point where they can assess, in a stationary point where they can assess almost every individual that comes through?
No, that gives me additional capability on top of that. That's real capability right now. So we're moving those in right now. And then the conversion of part-time to full-time. As you know, we have quite a few part-timers that would love to be full-time, but eventually they can't wait long enough for a full-time position to open, so we lose them. So we have a high attrition rate in our part-time workforce.
Let me ask a series of questions, see if you can. I congratulate you on Flexi. One of my concerns is training not only the new recruits, but training the existing TSOs. And that ties into the numbers that we reflected on dealing with accuracy. I'll just make that general point. I'd be interested in your work on accuracy and also on the training. I would hope that we could actively engage in training ex-military, and I indicated some time ago college recruits. I'd like you to comment on that. The last question is, Chicago was the epicenter. Everybody's eyes were on Chicago besides Arizona and the equipment failure. If you can finish your questions by saying, what is the appointed and immediate response to Chicago, which is an example of what other cities are facing?
So immediately in Chicago, and this is, so when I talk about Chicago, understand we're also doing the same thing at the other top airports, because Chicago was a preventable incident in my opinion. When you look at what happened, this was a surge that was anticipated, was known. It was a failure to get some things done in advance of that, and we've proved that by fixing it pretty quickly. So in Chicago, among other things, we had already planned to put additional officers in there. So of that 768, 58 of those individuals are coming into Chicago by the end of this week. So there'll be a total of 58 new. We converted 100 of our part-time officers to full-time officers, and we pushed a lot of overtime hours there so that they can use overtime hours. You have to be careful with overtime. You don't want to burn up your full-time workforce, but it's very effective at taking part-timers and giving them more hours, and many of them want those. And we also moved some additional K-9 teams. These were K-9 teams that we had planned to be moving. We just accelerated their move into Chicago. The total of that has resulted in a significant change in the Chicago picture. The Chicago Tribune reported in today's paper that the longest wait time was 15 minutes yesterday, and that was with significantly higher volume. So it tells me that with some targeted additional resources, efficient use of those resources, and then a management team that understands how to run that daily tactical operation, you can make a big difference. And that's what we're doing at each of the big airports right now.
Recruitment?
Recruitment, fortunately, right now, we do not seem to have trouble meeting our recruiting targets. We have a large pool of people that have been pre-vetted. That's why we were able to rapidly begin to hire that 768, because we had a large pool of available applicants that had been screened that were looking for work. I still want to work on bringing more of that back in-house than is currently done. As you know, we work through a private contractor to do our hiring and recruiting right now.
I'll get your other answers in writing regarding the institute that in Georgia, Flexi, about how you can utilize that better. And let me just conclude by thanking the TSOs all across America for the great service that they do for this nation. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rogers from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Admiral, thank you for being here and for your service to our country. I think you're a good man, a competent man who's been given an impossible task to administer the TSA. The TSA has wallowed in its own bureaucracy for more than a decade, and over that period of time, it's built up a lot of bad habits that have come to fester. You spoke in your opening statement about making the TSA a more responsive organization, leaner and smarter, and I want to help you do that. To that end, I plan to introduce legislation to transform TSA from an HR nightmare into a security-focused organization by reforming and greatly expanding the screening partnership program. Having worked on these issues for more than a decade, I've seen that TSA can do a mission when it's given a clear, succinct mission. My bill is going to allow more airports to hire qualified private contractors capable of managing day-to-day operations and make TSA the driving force to oversee intelligence-based security strategies. These changes will get more out of your organization than any summer rush Band-Aid bill could ever do. You can spend your time conducting covert testing and building effective strategies instead of trying to decide who's going to work the morning shift at Reagan Airport. To that end, I want to talk to you about the SPP program. Last year, the GAO determined that TSA is not fairly comparing the cost of government-run screening operations with their privately run SPP counterparts. In November, I requested that TSA release more accurate cost data to Congress and GAO. Your agency promised to deliver that information within 6 months, but it never came. In March, I asked you personally for the data during a budget hearing, and then sent you a letter to remind you of that. It still hasn't showed up. It's been 191 days since I've requested that information. Can you tell me when I'm going to receive the accurate cost comparison that GAO says we need to get?
Yes, sir, and as you know, I agreed with GAO that we needed to do a better job. GAO set a deadline for us of the end of June, and we're working very closely with them in order to meet that deadline, and we're on target to meet that deadline. We've been meeting with GAO regularly to ensure that they concur with what are finding, and that it meets the recommendation that they made, as well as an accurate accounting of the costs, because I need the same thing. And
So by the end of June, I can count on seeing that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're on target to meet that deadline.
Excellent. Next, you talked about the canine screening programs, and you know I'm a big fan of that technology and believe it's the most effective that we have in our toolbox. But I went out to Lackland a couple of months ago. I've been out there several times, but was looking at some of the training they're doing, what y'all refer to as passenger screening canines. Mm-hmm. And that's been held out by TSA to me as being the same as vaporweight canines. And in fact, what I saw was nothing comparable to vaporweight canines. They were training canines to basically work the lines at an airport, which means you have to go up to the passenger. The canine has to go either smell them personally or ride at them. As you know from vaporweight canine technology, which we use here at the Capitol, used over at Union Station, used at the Grand Central Station in Washington, many places, the canine doesn't have to come close to the passenger. They can just detect the air for up to 15 or 20 minutes after a passenger has disturbed it. Can you tell me why that technology is being trained at Lackland in that more narrow scope instead of the more effective vaporweight training?
Well, I'll get you a fuller answer for the record, but here's how I understand it, and I caution that I'm speaking without the benefit of an expert next to me. But when you look at a passenger screening line, it's a slightly different dynamic because you got an enclosed line of people. So as I watch those dogs operate, they're actually what they're doing is if you notice, they're moving their head around a lot because they're checking for vapor. We typically put enclosed panels next to the stanchions where possible, or enclose the checkpoint behind a panel. And so the dog is doing two things. It's both checking the vapor as somebody goes by them, but it's also sniffing the general vapor in the air. And so my understanding is that they had to modify it somewhat for the very specific nature of the way people line up in queues. But let me get you a better and more complete answer to that.
Yeah, as you know, that's fine, and that's much better than doing nothing, and it's much better than the equipment we use. Mm-hmm. But as you know, you can put these assets out in a foyer area before people even get to the line, and they can detect the air that's been disturbed by somebody who's walked by in recent 15 or 20 minutes without having to come up to the person. That's a very valuable deterrent. And also putting him past the checkpoint in case the machine doesn't detect something. And these, again, are assets that don't have to come up to the person. And unfortunately, that for some people, it's uncomfortable to have a dog come up and smell them. Wouldn't bother me. I'm from Alabama, but now some folks would be bothered by it.
Yes, sir.
With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Langevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this very important hearing. Admiral, thank you for your testimony and for your service to our country. I agree with my colleague that you have an impossible task on your hands, but an important one. Clearly, the wait times at airports that the traveling public are having to deal with are unacceptable. Certainly my constituents and people around the country are demanding quicker lines, and I know that is our goal. One of the priorities that you and Secretary Johnson laid out as part of your 10-point plan is doubling down on R&D at TSA, and I appreciate the promise of new technology to expedite screening, but can you preview some of what we can expect?
Well, thanks for that. I do think we need to do a better job of both research development and incentivizing the private sector to come forward with ideas. But here's an example, I think, of what we can see. If you look at the Atlanta airport today, we opened 2 new automated screening lanes down there. This is not something new. It's been in use in Europe for a number of years. But these are instead, if you think about a standard lane, you walk up to a lane and there's a table there. You put your stuff up on the table and you slide it along the table until you can engage the conveyor belt. This is a fully automated system. The bin returns automatically. It's got an RFID tag and a barcode that ties it directly to you. There's a photograph taken of your stuff as well as an X-ray, and it takes off automatically. There are 5 stations at which people can line up, so you don't have to go single file. You can take 5 people at a time up to the checkpoint. They cycle in as they fill their bins up, and it goes through. London Heathrow has said that they've seen, on average, anywhere from a 20 to 25% increase in throughput at the same level of effectiveness. So we're very excited about that. I think that as you look at increasing passenger volumes, at some point, you reach capacity with a manual system, and then you have to look to automate things. I think that the TSA needs to work closely with the system to get it more automated and to bring more technology in.
Could I ask you on that point on the automated part, just so I'm clear? So that part is automated, but there's still a human, a person in the loop actually looking at what's in the carry-on baggage that's being screened?
There's still somebody reading an X-ray right now. We're also working with software companies to determine how effective machines can become at identifying prohibited items, so that you can put humans into the work that humans do best, while at the same time, moving machines out to what they do best. We're also looking at changing the way we do identity matching. When I look around an airport and I see all those kiosks that distribute boarding passes, there's typically some type of an ID reader on all of those. If you can get ID reading technology into there, there's things we can do that can automate the identity check process as well.
Okay. So let me shift over to one other thing. I may come back to technology in a minute, but so TSA has publicly stated its goal for pre-check is having 25 million enrollees. I know my colleague, Mr. King, asked about the enrollees in the pre-check system and what that would mean if we actually had 25 million. But right now, currently TSA only has 2.76 million people enrolled. What is TSA's plan for expanding pre-check to further reach that goal of 25 million enrollees?
And I just want to clarify, the 25 million is all trusted travelers, so that would include Global Entry, Nexus, and Sentry, right, to streamline even further the application process. We do have an online application process now, but you still have to show up to do your fingerprints. And then we're working with airlines and traveler reward programs. Many of the airlines are now offering mile redemption for pre-check. Microsoft Corporation recently bought pre-check for all of its travelers. And many of the travel reward programs are providing the ability to trade in your miles or points for pre-check.
So currently to enroll in pre-check, an individual has to pay a fee of $85 to be enrolled for 5 years. However, for those that fly once or twice a year, this may not be feasible or practical and could distract from TSA's efforts to broaden enrollment. Has TSA thought of any alternatives to paying $85 for pre-check? Can you detail any thoughts on that?
Well, most of those fees go directly to cover program costs right now. So it would be challenging to, under the existing contract, to change the fee structure. That's why we encourage people to look at if they're members of trusted traveler programs of some sort, then there's opportunities being offered through various programs to get direct reimbursement or direct vouchers for pre-check.
I know my time's expired. I just, if you could, on a follow-up, perhaps in writing, going back to the technology issue, in deploying new screening technology, I wonder how we can ensure that we avoid the mistakes of AIT. So I know my time's expired, but I'll yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Admiral. Let's talk about bonuses a little bit. TSA requested almost $80 million for bonuses and performance awards for FY 2017. As I'm sure you're aware, it's been revealed that the assistant administrator received almost $90,000 in bonuses over a 13-month period. Let's just start with how what do you do to get a bonus? What do you do? What did the assistant administrator do to receive $90,000 in just bonus, right? So we're talking, I don't know what the rate is for an inspector, but at least one, right? We could have hired one with the bonus. And what I think most of the American people view as a historic critical failure right now, looking at the lines and the throughput, I wonder what you got to do to get a bonus at TSA, and I think they're wondering what we got to do.
Well, I wasn't here then, as you know, and when I discovered that, in my opinion, that's completely unjustifiable. I think it's appropriate to have the ability to reward good performers
Sure.
in any line of business. And so my belief is, first of all, you follow existing policy in OPM. And so the first thing I did was eliminated the practice of multiple bonuses to any one individual. And so I've dramatically changed that. And my goal is to push more reward bonuses out to the people in the organization that do some of the real frontline work. So I can't justify the level of bonuses that were provided in the past. I can tell you I stopped that, and I watch it very carefully, and I put significant management controls on it, including requiring oversight by the Department of Homeland Security of anything. I don't want anything happening inside TSA when it comes to bonuses to senior executives.
So, okay, so the program does still exist, I think, to a certain
Right, because it's a
extent, but-
program across the federal government.
Right. Do you know, if you do know, how much was spent by TSA last fiscal year on bonuses? I'm trying to juxtapose that with a $34 million reprogramming for 768 inspectors, and just trying to get
I don't have the number on the top of my head. I'll get you the number for the record, sir, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Moving on, there was a GAO report regarding employee misconduct, specifically attendance and leave. Mm-hmm. And one of the things they found that penalties for misconduct and failure to attend were lower than TSA's own guidance and recommendations. Let me just ask you this, if you know, and if you've done any of your own studies, do unexcused absences and tardiness create problems in effectively staffing checkpoints?
It can. It depends on the extent to which it happens, and it depends on what the reasons are for it. But if you have significant numbers of
Sure.
unexpected, it will dramatically affect your ability to staff.
And so, of course, that is directly correlated to
Right.
increased wait times if folks aren't there. Do you know if that's something that has impacted to the point that you're taking a look at that?
We are taking a look at it. One of my concerns is that we understand if we don't have staff in place when we expect to have them in place, what's the reason behind that? Did we inadvertently give people leave when we shouldn't have given them leave, or did they just not show up? And if they didn't show up, what would be the reason for that? That's all part of the calculus to determine, how you are ready for a daily tactical operation.
Do you know what some of the disciplinary actions are for employees with unexcused absence or excessive tardiness? Do you know some of what actions you would take? Because the report said that the penalties for misconduct in the past had been generally lower than the guidance than the own guidance by TSA.
Well, as I look at it, and I think back to my military experience, when you get guidance, sometimes that guidance will give you the maximum penalty allowable, and you may or may not need to assign that. So I think it really is a case-by-case look. If you've got some specific cases that you're interested in, I'll happy to take that for the record. But my opinion is this: there may be a valid reason why somebody doesn't show up on time, even if it caused you some real problems for them not showing up. And maybe they should have called, they didn't call. So the level of discipline or punishment you give really is a case-by-case study. It's hard to give a blanket answer.
I understand. I was kind of looking for a range there, and you probably know that the subcommittee that I chair, we're conducting our investigation into the misconduct and, of course, the penalties associated and potential correlation with increased wait times. And we'll be looking forward to working with you.
No, same. I'm very interested in this problem because I want to get to the root of management issues throughout the organization.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You yield back.
It recognizes Mrs. Watson-Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Administrator Nethinger.
Thank you.
You have an incredibly difficult job, and I'm glad that you're the one that's in it. I'm very concerned about the wait times. I really do believe that the airlines, by allowing people to carry 2 and 3 bags instead of 1 bag when they're carrying one to the on the aircraft, contributes to the wait the amount of time it takes to go through the lines. I know you need additional resources, and I'm really interested in knowing at some point the answer to Mr. Thompson's question about how many do you think that you need. I know that it's uneven sometimes in going through even the pre-check lines where they're telling you take your shoes off and take your belt off. I'm like, I thought that's why I was in pre-check, that I wouldn't have to do that. So I'm happy that you have an academy.
Let's dip in and see what they're saying in the Arpaio, at the Arpaio event. If it's anything interesting,
Frontales, de manera indiscriminada, para nosotros siempre.
We'll go back to
I mean that you're training people now.
TSA. Yeah.
I've got a question about this issue of partnerships, because there have been a few instances where airports have threatened to privatize as an alternative to federalized screeners, which I'm more comfortable with, sir. There have also been articles and statements from those who believe that the SPP provides marginal, if any, benefit in terms of reducing wait times. Is there any measurable difference between the use of screening partnerships programs versus federalized screeners? Or is the problem a resource problem that would be shared by TSA and private screeners alike? And could we be certain that they would be equally as concerned with the security measure as they would be with the convenience of getting through the lines quicker?
Well, thanks for the question. First, it's important to understand that even a private screening contractor works for the TSA. It's contracted to the federal government, contracted to TSA, and there's a TSA management staff that runs that. I think that's important because from my perspective, the national security is a federal function, and you need national standards when it comes to that. In my mind, so when you look at performance, it's roughly the same from a private. We train them to the same standards. In fact, they train at our TSA Academy. From my perspective, the flexibility I get with a federal workforce is so this national deployment force I mentioned, these are TSOs who have volunteered to be deployable for surge events and for others, but we have about 250 of those. I can do that with a federal workforce. I can't reach into a private workforce without working a contract issue. So if I need to surge, it gives me the ability to do that. And I can also move personnel more rapidly from place to place as I need to. So from my perspective, that's a benefit as a manager of having a workforce that works directly for me versus contracted to me.
Thank you. You talked about the fact that there's only one vendor that you work with on the pre-check program, and that the $85 that one has to pay really only covers the administrative expenses. So when you are going to expand this opportunity to other vendors, do you think that will create competition and reduce the costs associated with that?
I really hope so. In fact, that was one of the things that we built into the request for proposal was to look for ways to reduce the fee, and I think competition can do that.
Or if not reduce the fee, at least allow some of that fee to be used to ensure that you all have the resources you need to do the job that needs to be done.
Right. I think what we looked for were flexible options for how you would fund this and pay for it in a different way.
TSO employees, I know that the part-time employment is something that you really have a lot of turnover in because people need full-time jobs. But I'd like to know how much an incoming TSO gets as a full-time employee. What is that salary?
I don't want to get the number wrong off the top of my head. It depends upon location, obviously, because they get locality pay to try to make it equivalent. Let me get you the number for the record. I want to say it's around 30,000, but let me get that number for the record.
Do you have a high turnover rate in the full-time employees?
No, actually, our full-time workforce is pretty stable. It runs between 8% and 9%. But we have about a 25% turnover rate in the part-time workforce.
One of my colleagues mentioned the relationship you have with the police. I think it was Mr. King particularly singling out the Port Authority Police of New York and New Jersey. And I had meetings with them, and they tell me that there's like one police officer assigned to a terminal. Do you find that there's enough police capacity and support in the terminals?
Well, I've been looking at that pretty hard, and as I travel around, I meet with the various law enforcement agencies that work in the airports. Some have more capacity than others. There's no doubt about that. But I'm finding in the large airports that for the most part, they understand their mission. They take it very seriously. They're working the public areas of the airport. We also have a reimbursement program, as you know, which reimburses them for the time that they spend in and around the checkpoints. And as I said, we put duress alarms into every single checkpoint in the country to ensure that there's as rapid a response as possible in the event of an emergency.
Mr. Neffinger, I just need you to know that I agree that you've got an extremely important job to do. And for me, I don't care sometimes about being inconvenient. I want to get on the airplane and know I'm going to get there safely. And I appreciate what you have to contend with. I just want to make sure that I understand what you need so that I can fight for what you need to make sure that we are safe and that your agency has the resources it needs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the chairman of the Transportation Subcommittee, Mr. Katko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Neffinger, good morning. And I want to state preliminarily, I appreciate the collaborative effort we're working on with my subcommittee. In fact, we met for an hour and a half the other day at your offices, and I appreciate the frank discussions and the give and take and your commitment to trying to get things done and putting politics aside, and I appreciate that. But something kind of piqued my curiosity when we were talking today, and that is the fees surrounding pre-check. There's a pre-check bill sitting over in the Senate now that is ostensibly because the senator wants the fees to go to the general treasury that are generated from the pre-check fee. So I want to talk about those fees a second and tell me, what does that $85 go towards?
As I said, it primarily covers the full program cost. So there's a component that pays the FBI, reimburses the FBI for the background checks that they do. And that's a fixed fee that the FBI charges to conduct the background checks. There's a component of the fee that covers TSA's administrative costs because it's a self-funding program. So it pays for the overhead and the staff and the administrative staff to do that. And then the bulk of the fee then goes to the vendor to cover their costs. Both for the physical enrollment centers and their personnel.
Okay, so if that $85 was taken away and goes right to the general treasury, who would pay for all those costs? It would be TSA, would it not?
Well, we'd have to find the money someplace.
Okay, so let's say if the $85 is in fact the cost, and you want to enroll 10 more people, that means $850 million you would have to find somewhere else in your budget. Is that right?
That's right. Yes,
yeah.
sir.
It's kind of insane, isn't it? Think of that.
Well, I like self-funded programs.
Okay. So the bottom line is, with this bill that's sitting over in the Senate, I just want to make sure I understand it. It directs TSA to partner more closely with the private sector and have basically competition, if you will, in the pre-check program, and that would help drive costs down. That's a goal of it. So with that being said, do you believe that bill would help you achieve the higher numbers with pre-check?
Well, you know, what that bill does is codify what we're trying to do right now, which is to increase competition in the private sector with the hope of that competition driving the cost down.
Okay. All right. So, okay, good enough. Now, with respect to, I want to talk to you just for a second about the bonuses that were given out. Is there a system at TSA that whereby subordinates can nominate superiors for bonuses or put them in for bonuses?
Apparently, there was a system that allowed that. That system doesn't exist under my leadership.
So you've stopped that?
I absolutely have.
Okay,
yes.
there was a system, you stopped that, and I commend you for doing that. That seems incongruous to me. It just doesn't, I don't understand how.
No, right now, it requires approval by me and then seconding by the department for any bonuses awarded to senior executives.
Okay, and if I may switch gears one more time, because I know you've touched on a lot of different topics, so I want to expand a little bit here. The ICAO is an international organization that basically certifies a minimum level of competence for airports. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you rely on, once somebody hits the ICAO level, that's it, and that's all you care about?
Well, as you know, we're signatory to the ICAO treaty, and that sets a standard around the world for security. From my perspective, I think you have to continuously pay attention to these standards and try to drive them up even higher. In fact, I recently met with the ICAO Council in Montreal. As you know, there's a General Assembly this year, and I pushed for an aggressive security agenda at the General Assembly, and we intend to continue to drive that. In advance of that, we look at every place that services the U.S. directly, and we put significant additional requirements in place to ensure that we're comfortable with the screening and overview standards that they're using.
Okay, so I just want to ask a couple of things about that. With respect to these last point of departure airports, LPDs, you know we have a bill that's been submitted and it's over in the Senate now, waiting approval. That's why I'm interested in this area a little bit. How important are these LPDs to have body scanners at the airports?
Well, I think body scanners may be the right answer depending upon where you're looking. What I'm most concerned with, are they effectively screening? I can understand why some places might not have a full body scanner, but if they don't have one, then they have to have some other things in place to be equivalent to that. So you can do that by full body pat downs. You can do that by explosive trace detection. There's lots of other means to do that.
Is it explosive trace detection equipment important to have at these airports?
Again, if we'd like to see that, and we've been working with ICAO and other foreign partners to push that type of equipment out. In the absence of that, then I want to see some very stringent additional requirements that would make up for the lack of that as we try to build that capacity.
How about document verification machines, kind of trying to authenticate documents that are coming through? Are they important as well? Same answer?
Well, that's important to me. If somebody's flying to the United States, I want to know who they are.
Okay. So if you took all three, if you had an airport that didn't have body scanners and didn't have explosive trace detection equipment, didn't have document verification machines, and had troublesome, if not incompetent canine teams, would those types of airports that have those things lacking, would they be a cause of concern to you?
I would pay very close attention to airports like that. I want to be sure that they meet appropriate standards for us.
Okay, and then the last thing I'll ask about this, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, and that is the personnel at those airports. Is it important for you to know how those personnel are trained and whether or not...
I am going to get ready to transition. Hopefully they are talking in English. If not, Mike Page can translate everything.
And striped uniforms and be paraded with ankle bracelets around the county. But if nothing happens with this, then the community is not going to believe in the injustice anymore. So with that, I want to pass it over to Supervisor Mayor Rose Wilcox, that was also tried to be intimidated by Arpaio, persecuted by Arpaio, indicted by Arpaio, and her husband, Mayor Errol Wilcox.
Thank you very much for coming out to the rally. We are here today, as Salvador said, in the first phase of a forum this evening and the rally today. And the reason we are here is because Judge Murray Snow had a findings of facts that he released, and he found Arpaio guilty, guilty, guilty. He found him guilty of violating the court order. Time after time he was saying, he was told no more raids, no more detention, no more detaining people illegally, and yet he continued to do so, guilty. He was found guilty of withholding evidence that helped the plaintiff's case. He was found guilty of violating all kinds of withholding evidence, of destroying evidence, and of not telling the truth to the monitor. And he was also found guilty for having sham internal investigations. These 3 counts are very, very damning. And it is our hope tonight that we get input from the community as to how Arpaio should be punished. It will range, I'm sure, from going to jail, which unfortunately may not happen, to reducing his budgets, to a receivership, to taking power away from Arpaio as much as possible. We are very grateful Judge Murray Snow did a thorough job, and we are here tonight to say that we have won. The 3 counts are very damning, but we will hear from the community and pass that on to the judge. This is what the community thinks will happen. Earl?
Tonight at the forum, what we want to do is accomplish 3 things. Number 1 is we've been hearing a lot since Judge Snow's decision came down on May 13th, finding him guilty of civil contempt. We've been hearing a lot in the community is that what happens now. So the forum, one of the purposes of the forum is to tell people exactly what happened in this late decision on May 13th. So we expect a nice crowd over at Grant Park this morning. We will be going over the 3 charges, in seeing if they have any questions, if they understand the civil contempt charge that Judge Snow decided on the 13th. We will also ask them for their input. What do you think should be the penalties? And this is what is going to happen on the 31st, next Tuesday in court, is the judge is asking the attorneys on both sides, give me some recommendations in terms of sanctions and on penalties. And on that respect, I'm kind of biased about what I think should happen to Joe Arpaio. You know, they found him guilty of racial profiling, and they judge rendered a preliminary injunction to basically tell him, what you've been doing, you can't do no more. You can't stop doing that. Stopping and profiling people strictly on the color of their skin. But however, he kept doing that. And that's what brought about the civil contempt hearing, which he was found guilty. The only question that I have is, how long do we have to endure Joe Arpaio? The civil contempt that was handed down, if that would have been Salvador Reza, had that have been Mary Rose Wilcox, had that been me, had that been any of these people here that would found in civil contempt of a court decision that we didn't follow, you know what we'd be? We would be in jail. We would be in jail. So there, no doubt, they're having preferential treatment on Joe Arpaio. So how long does our community, our Mexicano community, have to endure these abuses from this man? He needs to be put in jail. He needs to be eating the same food that he's giving the inmates at the county jail, and he needs to put on those pink underwears to feel the humiliation that he's done to our community. So how long do we have to wait? If it had been any of us here, we had already been in jail, or anybody else out in the public. A civil contempt violation from a federal judge is a serious matter, and it had been happening to anybody, we would be in jail, not Joe Arpaio.
Good afternoon. My name is Petra Falcón with Promise, Arizona. And to add what the Honorable Wilcox and the Honorable Mary Rose Wilcox have said today, and Salvador, is that we cannot forget about the families that lived under this terror, the families that were abused, the families that were deported, the families that were separated. We have to go back and make sure that we take care of these families and that they have some kind of compensation or some kind of repercussion to what happened to their lives. And I think we also need to think about what happens next in this community. For us, the voters in the county of Maricopa County, who needs to be our next sheriff in this county. We cannot forget that we have work yet to do after we finally get justice for Maricopa County, the families and the immigrant and Latino community, but also that we have a responsibility to go out and vote this year and select a new sheriff. Again, thank you for being here.
We're going to have one of the persons that spent 3 months in Arpaio jail for the only crime of driving while brown.
Sí, yo estoy aquí por darle un testimonio a Arpaio que ya no siga arrestando a la gente. Yo estuve 6 meses en su cárcel, 3 meses en su cárcel, y supuestamente pues ahí los security, los dios como se les podía llamar, son muy éspotas para tratarnos a nosotros, la gente hispana, son muy racistas. Entonces no sé si así los ha triñado, no sé, les pide un favor, algo que esto y otro, médicos dicen que ahorita y nunca lo llevan. Y la comida nada más son 2 comidas, a una en la mañana y una hasta las 5 o 4 de la tarde, y eso no es justo. Yo pienso que debe de ser consciente de que eso no está bien. Yo lo que quiero es de que mejore todo, que no sea más racismo contra uno, porque él mucho racista contra la gente hispana y ahora sí que no está bien. Y yo lo que pido por los niños, por todos estos niños que están aquí, que ya no siga separándolos de sus padres, que ya no siga deteniéndolos y llevarlos a sus cárceles y después entregarlos a migración. Que ya no haga eso, por favor. Yo lo que le pido por los niños. ¿Ok? Gracias.
He basically said that he spent 3 months in Arpaio jail, and he described the situation and how they're treated. And he's asking for that to stop. Finally, in Spanish, we have Raúl Cordero that will say everything we said in English in Spanish. Raúl.
Sí. Buenas tardes y gracias por venir. Antes que nada, yo quiero preguntar aquí a los presentes, porque es un reflejo de toda la comunidad. ¿Quién quiere castigo criminal para Arpaio? Eso es lo que pedimos, eso refleja lo que la comunidad quiere, porque en 9 años de persecución a nuestro pueblo, a nuestra comunidad, ahí en los barrios, ahí en las partes más frecuentadas por nuestra gente, lo único que exigimos es que haya una verdad y real justicia para nuestro pueblo, para nuestra comunidad. La impunidad ha sido la tónica, la constante de este mal llamado sheriff, porque decimos mal llamado sheriff porque no está representando realmente como debe ser la ley. Este personaje ha venido violando constantemente, sistemáticamente, todas las órdenes, todos los reglamentos y todas las directrices de un juez federal que tiene mucha más jurisdicción sobre el Estado y sobre cualquier autoridad. Por eso creemos que la decisión tomada por el juez este mayo 13 pasado es histórica, es relevante para nuestro pueblo, porque empezamos a ver realmente indicios de que puede haber justicia, pero únicamente la presión decidida de nuestro pueblo, ahí constante, como lo estamos haciendo ahorita con este foro, con esta marcha, y ahí el 31, para que el juez sepa que lo que él dijo en el 2012 tiene que haber sido respetado. El perfil racial no se debe tolerar, es ilegal, es criminal, es anticonstitucional y creemos que tiene que ser llevado hasta donde la instancia última para que este personaje sea realmente llevado a juicio, pero un juicio criminal. La cárcel es lo que se merece esta persona porque violó los más elementales derechos humanos de nuestro pueblo y por eso estamos exigiendo la respuesta del juez federal para que sea llevado a un juicio criminal este sheriff para que responda como debe ser a los reclamos de un pueblo que sufre la persecución, gastos supermillonarios que han salido de las bolsas de todos los que vivimos en este condado para tirarlo a la basura. Por eso estamos aquí y por eso invitamos a nuestro pueblo a continuar con las acciones de protesta serias como esta marcha y este foro. Adelante, compañeros, y cárcel para Arpaio. Arresten a Arpaio.
Cárcel para Arpaio. At 5:30 we're gonna walk up to Grand Park. At 6:30 we're going to start the community forum. You're all invited to come. And if anybody has any questions for anybody that spoke here, you can ask it right now or you can talk to them individually.
Questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
¿Algunas preguntas?
Ok, muchas gracias, pero pueden hablar individualmente con las personas. Gracias.
All right.
How are you? No, thank you. I came all the way from DC because we had a media tour of miners. So then I decided, well, why not cover this? It is. Or you can give me an email. And I filed how we
by how it treats the weakest and most vulnerable people amongst us. There is no excuse that in America we have millions of senior citizens, disabled veterans, and people with disabilities who are struggling right now to stay alive on $10,000 a year Social Security. There is no excuse when in this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country. There is no excuse where today in Cathedral City or in Burlington, Vermont, moms are going out to work. They're working 50 or 60 hours a week at low wages, and they don't have enough money to provide decently for their children. That is not what this country is supposed to be about. So what are we going to do about it? I'll tell you what we're going to do about it. Now that you asked, I'll tell you. What we're going to do is make it very clear that in this country, if you work 40 hours a week, you will not live in poverty. And that means raising the federal starvation minimum wage from $7.25 an hour to $15 an hour. And what it means is that in America, women should not be forced to work for 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. And I know that every man here is going to stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. Now, every month you see on the front pages of the newspaper a report from the federal government, and it talks about unemployment in America. And what they say is roughly that official unemployment in America is about 5%. Anybody here believe that? Well, you're right, it is not 5%. If you consider those people who have given up looking for work, and the millions of people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time, real unemployment is close to 10%. And there are communities all over this country, in inner cities and in rural America, where the numbers are much higher than that. Our job together is to put the American people back to work. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. We should be hiring well-paid, well-trained child care workers, so when mom goes to work, she knows her kid is getting quality child care. All over this country, communities are struggling with clean water, with wastewater plants, with roads, and with bridges that are deteriorating and becoming obsolete. In my state of Vermont, we have potholes so large, cars go over them, they disappear. We've got to thaw the people out in the summertime. And that's true all over this country. Actually, billions of dollars of damage is caused to automobile owners because of bad roads. You know that? People go over these potholes, their axles get broken, tires get broken, etc. What we need to do is to put our people back to work, rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. 13 million decent paid jobs. This campaign has a message to the billionaires and the large corporations, and that message is, your greed is helping to destroy this country. You no longer are going to get it all. It is absurd that we have multinational corporations making billions of dollars a year in profits, stashing their money in tax havens all over the world, and end up not paying in a given year 5 cents in federal taxes. It is absurd that we got hedge fund managers on Wall Street who pay an effective, i.e. real tax rate lower than many of you do. We are going to tell corporate America that yes, they will start paying their fair share of taxes. In the last 15 years, this country has seen the loss of millions of good-paying jobs because corporate greed has shut down manufacturing plants in America. We've lost tens of thousands of factories, thrown people out on the street, and then they go to China or other low-wage countries to produce their products. Together, we're going to rebuild the manufacturing sector in this country, and the message is clear to corporate America. If you want the American people to buy your products, you damn well better start manufacturing them here in this country, not in China. You know, it's unbelievable. What we're talking about is greed that is literally unparalleled in the history of this country. I was in Indiana last month. 2 plants are being shut down by a company called United Technologies. A few years ago, this company had $171 million to pay a severance package to its CEO. They gave him $171 million when he left, and yet they don't have enough money to keep factories in Indiana and 2,000 workers on the job. That is not acceptable. Over in Anaheim, I was in Anaheim the other day. You got Disney there. Well, Disney pays its workers wages that are very hard for their workers to live on, but somehow has enough money to pay $42 million to its CEO. And by the way, Disney prefers to manufacture its toys and its T-shirts and everything else in China rather than in the United States. So our message is, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, come home! This campaign is not just about ending a corrupt campaign finance system in which billionaires buy elections. It is not just turning around a rigged economy in which the very rich get richer and almost everybody else gets poorer. It is also about dealing with the national disgrace of a broken criminal justice system. I was a mayor of Burlington, Vermont for 8 years. And in that capacity, I dealt with our local police department, a great department. And I worked with police officers all over this country. And let me be clear, the average police officer in America is honest, is hardworking, and has a very, very difficult job. Not easy being a cop today. But like any other public official, if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. And when we talk about criminal justice reform, we're also talking about reforming local police departments. And that means we have got to demilitarize local police departments. Police departments should be part of the community, not be seen as an oppressive force in the community. We have got to make local police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. We have got to end private corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. People, corporations should not be making money by locking up more and more people. We have got to create a national law enforcement culture which says that lethal force, shooting somebody, is the last response, not the first response. We have got to rethink the so-called war on drugs. Now, it turns out that over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received criminal records for possession of marijuana. It turns out that studies indicate that blacks and whites do marijuana at about equal rates. But this is a racial issue because blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana than whites. Turns out that rather in a crazy way, right now the Federal Controlled Substance Act lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug, the highest level, right next to heroin. Now, all of you know people argue about the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but nobody argues that heroin is a killer drug. They are not equal. Now, all of you know that the question of legalizing marijuana is not a federal issue, it is a state issue. At the federal level, I intend to take marijuana out of the federal control But the decision to legalize marijuana is a state issue. 4 states, Washington, D.C. have voted to legalize marijuana. That issue actually will be on the ballot here in California in November. I think weighing the pros and the cons, my own view is if I were a resident of California, I would vote to legalize marijuana. But when we talk about drugs, let me just say this. Everybody here knows or should know that we have a major epidemic in this country of opiate addiction and heroin addiction. This is impacting my state. It is impacting the entire country. And what that means is that today, and yesterday, and tomorrow, people are dying from overdoses of heroin and opiates. This is a crisis that we must address. In my view, the most effective way, the most sensible way to address this crisis is to understand that substance abuse, whether it is drugs or alcohol, should be seen as a health issue, not a criminal issue. And that means we need a revolution in mental health treatment in this country. It means that when we have hundreds of thousands of people addicted to one drug or another in this country, we have got to provide mental health treatment to those people when they need it, not 6 months from now. And I'll tell you something else which is not a pleasant thought, but it's true. That right now in this country, we have thousands of people who are walking the streets of America who are suicidal and in some cases homicidal. We need to understand that just like a physical crisis, somebody gets into an automobile accident, they go to an emergency room. Right now, if you have a mental health crisis, if you are on the edge, if you're suicidal, God forbid if you're homicidal, we need to get those people the help they need now, not 6 months from now. This campaign is going to win because we are addressing the real issues facing the American people. This campaign is listening to young people. Look, here is the truth, and everybody knows it's the truth. We live in a very competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce in the world if our economy is to do well. And that means, this is not hard to understand, I want you want. What common sense dictates is that every American, young people, middle-aged people, the economy changes. People should be able to get all the education that they need so they can get the good jobs that are out there. Here is the truth. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree, the odds are that you were able to go out and get a pretty good job and make it into the middle class. By and large, those days are gone. The economy has changed, technology has changed, education has changed. Today, people need more education to keep up with the changing economy. And that is why I believe that in the year 2016, when we talk about public education, it can no longer just be first grade through 12th grade. We've got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Now, let me ask you an honest question. Does anybody here think that that is a radical idea? It is not a radical idea. It's a common sense idea. The economy changes, our educational system has got to change with a changing economy. Right now, if you go to Germany, if you go to Scandinavia, do you know how much it costs to go to college in those countries? Zero! And those governments aren't dumb. What they understand is that investing in their young people is investing in the future of their economies and their countries. And here is something else that a lot of people don't talk about. 40, 50 years ago, here in California, your great public university system, do you know how much it cost tuition-wise to go to the University of California? It costs virtually nothing. So we have got to ask ourselves a rather simple question. How does it happen that 40, 50 years ago, people could go to the University of California virtually tuition-free, but not today? If we could do it 50 years ago, we sure as heck can do it today. I want you all to know what it means if we have tuition-free public colleges and universities. It says to kids in Burlington, Vermont, or in Cathedral City, kids like myself, who grew up not with a lot of money, parents didn't go to college. You got kids out there who never, for 1 second, think that they're going to be able to go to college because they're just too poor. We are telling every child in California today, and every child in America, that if you study hard, you take school seriously, you do well in school, yes, you will be able to get a college education regardless of the income of your family. And that is what America is supposed to be about. How many people here right now are dealing with student debt? I've been all over this country, and the response is always the same. We've got millions of people dealing with student debt. You go to medical school and talk to doctors now, $300,000 in debt. Talk to dentists graduating dental school, $400,000 in debt. Kids who have dropped out of college, $60,000 in debt. People who have been paying off their debt month after month for decades. That is nuts. We should not be punishing people for doing the right thing and getting an education. And that is why I believe that anybody who has student debt today, and some of those folks are paying interest rates of 6, 8, 10%, I believe that those people should be able to refinance their loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, people say to me, they say, Bernie, you know, you're Santa Claus, you're a nice guy, you're giving away all of these things. You're giving away free tuition in public colleges, you're going to substantially lower student debt. How are you going to pay for it? Well, let me tell you exactly how we're going to pay for it. You know, it's always a funny thing that when you fight for working families and you fight for low-income families, suddenly it's just so expensive we can't afford it. But when you go to war in Iraq, no problem, we got trillions of dollars. Donald Trump wants to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 0.2%. Not a problem. But I'll tell you how we're going to pay for free tuition in public colleges. And that is we're going to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. Now, here's something that's a little bit scary, but it's true and it's important to know this. It's not just that Wall Street's greed and recklessness and illegal behavior drove this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. That's true. But it is also that Wall Street, the most powerful political and economic entity in America, their business model, their basic business model is based on fraud. That's what it is. Some of you may know that Goldman Sachs, 5 or 6 weeks ago, they reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion. And they reached that settlement because they acknowledged that the subprime mortgage packages they were selling were worthless, and they were ripping off the American people. I believe that today we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation that will bring in more than enough money to provide free tuition and substantially lower student debt. This campaign is listening to the Latino community. And the Latino community points out that we have 11 million undocumented people today, that many of those people who are at work right now are being exploited. Because when you don't have legal rights, your employer can cheat you, can pay you below the minimum wage, cannot give you the benefits that you are entitled to, and you cannot fight back. That is why I believe that we need comprehensive immigration reform in this country and a path towards citizenship. Our immigration policy should be to unite families, not divide families. Congress does not do its job and pass immigration reform legislation, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to do what I can. Too many people in this country are living in fear. We've got to end the current deportation policy. This campaign is listening to the African American community. They are asking me why it is that throughout this country, inner cities of America are crumbling, unemployment rates outrageously high. There are communities in America where there are no grocery stores, there are no bank branches, there is no access to decent health care. We are going to change our national priorities. Instead of rebuilding communities in Afghanistan, we're going to rebuild communities in inner cities in this country. This campaign is listening to the Native American community. Everybody here knows that the Native American community has been lied to, has been cheated, from the first day, from before this country became a country. And yet our culture, who we are as a people, owes the Native American people a debt that can never fully be repaid. They have taught us so much. Among other things, they have taught us a profound lesson that we must learn. And that is, as human beings, we are part of nature. We must live with nature. And then if we continue to destroy nature, we are destroying the human species. We're destroying ourselves. And that takes me to the issue of clean water in America. In our country and all over the world, there is a growing crisis with regards to clean drinking water, and that is why I believe we have got to end fracking. Now, that is not the position of my Democratic opponent, Secretary Clinton. But on that issue, we are right, she is wrong. We've got to end fracking. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. And I will tell you what every person here knows, because you have eyes to see. And that is that anyone who tells you that climate change is not real is lying to you. It is beyond my belief, and I really say this, I have strong disagreements with Republicans. I'm probably the most progressive member of the Senate. I have disagreements. But when you have Republican candidates like Trump and virtually all the rest get up and say climate change is a hoax, what world are they living in? The idea that they will reject what almost every scientist who studies this issue all over the world is saying is beyond comprehension and incredibly dangerous. The truth is, A, climate change is of course real. Our planet is getting warmer every day. B, the evidence is overwhelming. Climate change is caused by human activity. And C, as you well know here in California, climate change is already causing major problems in the United States and in fact all over the world. That's the fact. And it saddens me that the Republican Party, with very few exceptions, is so beholden to the fossil fuel industry that they don't have the guts to acknowledge reality. But we acknowledge reality, and we know that we have a moral responsibility to leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable for our children and our grandchildren. We will take on the fossil fuel industry. And we will transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy, wind, solar, geothermal, and energy efficiency. When as human beings, we think about what the needs are of people. We all need to eat well. We all need to breathe clean air. We all need a roof over our heads. But you know what else we all need? Whether we're rich, whether we're poor, whether we're young, whether we're old, we need access to quality health care. Now, television doesn't discuss this very much, but every other major country on earth guarantees health care to all people as a right, and that's what we have got to do here in the United States. How many people here have no health insurance? Wow, okay. All right, and you all know what that means when you walk around without any health insurance. That you can't go to a doctor when you're sick, that if you get into an accident, you're going to go deeply into debt. How many people here have insurance but are paying high deductibles and high co-payments? And that means if you don't have any money, even if you have insurance, you're not going to go to the doctor when you're sick because you can't afford the co-payment or the deductibles, all right? Well, I think it is time to end all of that stuff. I think it is time for the United States to guarantee health care to all people as a right. And that is why we are going to pass a Medicare for all health care system. It is absurd that 29 million Americans have no health insurance. Many of you are underinsured, and every one of us is getting ripped off by the unconscionable greed of the pharmaceutical industry. They spend billions of dollars on lobbying and campaign contributions to make sure that our people pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Our message to them is whether they like it or not, that greed is going to stop. People in this country should have access to the medicine they need when they need it. People should not be dying or getting sick because they can't afford the medicine they require. And by the way, there is going to be a ballot item in November here on the California ballot, which calls on the state of California to control the cost of prescription drugs. And it's a great idea. I urge you to support it. The pharmaceutical industry will spend tens of millions of dollars on TV ads. Do not believe them. The top 5 drug companies last year made $50 billion in profit, while 1 out of 5 Americans could not afford to fill their prescriptions. Everybody here knows that real change always takes place from the bottom on up, never from the top on down. That is the history of the workers' movement and the creation of trade unions. It is the history of the civil rights movement and the fight against slavery and racism and bigotry. It is the history of the women's movement. 100 years ago, people don't know this, they forget it. 100 years ago, not a long time ago, women in America did not have the right to vote, did not have the right to get the education or the jobs they wanted. 100 years ago, women were told that their function in life was to stay home and have babies. But women stood up and fought back. And women said that in America they will not be second-class citizens. And that's how change takes place. And change takes place when people in the gay community, with their straight allies, they said that in America we're going to end discrimination against the LGBT community. And I want you all to know, but I think most of you do, is that that fight for gay rights was a very difficult fight because gay community and their straight allies were taking on an incredible level of ignorance and bigotry and homophobia. But the gay community stood up, and what they said is that in the United States, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of gender. And today, as a result of that struggle, gay marriage is legal in every state in America. Brothers and sisters, we are at a pivotal moment in American history. And the danger that we face is both our economy and our political system is becoming more and more oligarchic. Our politics are controlled by a handful of billionaires who spend unlimited sums of money trying to buy elections. Our economy is controlled by a small number of multinational corporations who could care less about the average worker, and their greed has done incalculable harm to the middle class of this country. What this campaign is about is asking people to stand up to the status quo and to think outside of the box. What this campaign is about, and I am seeing it from coast to coast, people are looking around them and saying, why is it I am working longer hours for low wages? Why is it that my pension is being threatened? Why is it that I'm forced to work for $9 an hour and almost all new-income wealth is going to the 1%. People are asking, how does it happen that for 30 years the middle class of this country has been shrinking while the very rich become richer? People are asking, why is it that kids are leaving college $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in debt? People are asking, how does it happen that in this great country we are the only major nation on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave? Why are we the only country not to guarantee health care to all people? Why is it that our infrastructure is crumbling and we got millions of people who have no jobs? Why is it that corporations that are giving you make billions don't pay a nickel in taxes? People are looking out all over this country and they are saying, enough is enough. People are beginning to stand up and fight back and demand that we have a government that represents all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. On June 7th, there is going to be a very, very important Democratic primary here in California. 475 delegates are at stake. If we have a large voter turnout, we are going to win the California primary. So I hope that on June 7th, you'll bring out your family, you'll bring out your friends, your co-workers, and let this great state, one of the most progressive states in America, tell the world you are ready for the political revolution. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was Bernie Sanders in California getting ready for that big June 7th primary, where he is still trying to make a case that he should be the candidate for the Democratic Party. All right, moving along here, folks. We're going to take you, President Obama earlier today was still in Vietnam doing a town hall. Let's check that out.
Thank you so much. Everybody, please have a seat. Thank you very much. Well, Xin Chao. Thank you, too, for the excellent introduction and your outstanding work to help more young people in Vietnam get an education. Give the two a big round of applause. It's not that easy introducing the President of the United States. Also because the podium is a little higher than I want to thank everybody at the GEM Convention Center for hosting us. I want to thank the government and the people of Vietnam for the wonderful hospitality that you've extended to me over the past 3 days. I've been deeply touched. You know, wherever I travel around the world, obviously one of my jobs is to meet with government leaders. And these meetings are important, but it means that I spend a lot of time with older people like me. There's a lot of gray hair in the room. So one of my favorite parts of the trips I take overseas is to get out of the government offices and to spend time with young people like you. It's fun. It gives me incredible optimism about the future because all of you embody the energy and the drive that is helping to propel this region to new heights. You make me hopeful about the future of ASEAN, hopeful about the future of the world, and so that's what I want to briefly talk about before I start taking your questions. As I think all of you know, I have a strong personal connection to this part of the world, to the Asia Pacific and to Southeast Asia. I was born in Hawaii, spent most of my childhood in Hawaii, but I also spent time in Indonesia as a young boy. My sister was born in Jakarta. So this region helped to shape me. It is also why I really like the food. And I have to say that the food I've had since I've been here, I've been really happy with. Now, as president, a key part of my foreign policy is to deepen our ties with countries and the peoples of Southeast Asia. And we've done that. We've deepened the ties with our allies and our partners. We've engaged more with institutions like ASEAN. We're pursuing the Trans-Pacific Partnership to grow our economies and to support jobs in our countries. Together, we're promoting peace and encouraging sustainable development. We're protecting our environment and trying to meet shared challenges like climate change. But government and businesses are only part of the equation. If we're going to meet all of these challenges, we also have to build strong relationships between our people, and especially between young people like you and young people in other ASEAN countries. Keep in mind that here in Vietnam, 2/3 of you were born after 1975. As I often say to young Americans back home, your generation can look at the world with fresh eyes, without some of the old notions, the old habits of a previous generation. And that gives you the perspective and the power not just to help to grow Vietnam, but also to help shape the world. Thanks to technology and social media, you're the most connected generation in history. I see it in my daughters who are always on the phone, and they have to teach me how to use the phone. More than 30 million people in Vietnam, 1/3 of the population, are on Facebook. Just on Facebook. You're posting selfies. I know. I was in the gym this morning. People were trying to take selfies. You're streaming the latest Suntong MTP hit. All right? But you're also exchanging ideas and learning from each other. And so this gives you tremendous power. And we need your passion and energy and talents to tackle some of our biggest global challenges, whether it's reducing poverty, to advancing equality for women and girls, to fighting climate change. Now, even in this digital age, as Tu pointed out, change doesn't happen overnight. It requires that you stay active and involved over the long term, and it requires you to develop some practical tools. And that's why 3 years ago I launched the Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative, or YASILI. And the goal is to empower young people like you with the skills and the resources and the networks that you need to turn your ideas into action. Since we started this, the YASILI network has grown to more than 67,000 members across all 10 ASEAN countries, including over 13,000 here in Vietnam alone. And we've welcomed more than 350 YASILI fellows to the United States, including some of you, with more than 200 coming in the next 6 months. So a lot of what we do in YASILI is rooted in the power and importance of education. That's why nearly 19,000 Vietnamese students studying in the United States right now are helping to bring back the kinds of skills and talents that Vietnam will need to continue to grow and develop. It's why on this visit we announced a new partnership between American universities like Arizona State and Vietnamese universities to boost training in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. It's why we announced that for the first time the Peace Corps will be coming to Vietnam with a focus on teaching English. And it's why we announced that we're moving ahead this fall with Fulbright University Vietnam, right here in Ho Chi Minh City, the country's first nonprofit independent university. And the goal is to make sure that Vietnamese students, no matter what their background, has access to a world-class education that's rooted in Vietnam's rich culture and fueled by the free exchange of ideas. And I want to thank former Senator Bob Kerrey, who is here, who's been one of the key people to help lead this effort. Thank you very much, Bob. So all these efforts reflect our belief in you, in your ability to keep moving Vietnam forward. And you know, there's some incredible young people who are here who are great examples of the incredible talent and drive of young people in Vietnam today. For example, I see Vietnam's promise in Nguyen Van. Where's Nguyen? Somewhere. There you are right there. So I had a chance to meet Nguyen when I welcomed our Yasili Fellows to the White House. She started as a volunteer. She started a volunteer group to work with street children and orphans and people with physical disabilities right here in Ho Chi Minh City. So far, they've recruited some 450 volunteers, delivered over 7,000 hours of mentoring, built 5 libraries in 2 cities, and that's just one example of the incredible work that's being done by young people right here in Vietnam. We're very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. A couple other people I want to point out. We've got Loc Lê Swan. Where's Loc? There he is, right there. So Loc teaches at Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam National University. He's a researcher at the Pasteur Institute. His dream is to go back to his hometown and open a medical center so he can deliver quality, affordable health care. He also helped start Give to Give, which works with Yasili members across ASEAN to improve their skills and build stronger networks. So we're very excited about the work that you're doing, Loc. Thank you so much. I'm going to close with one more story, just to give you an example of the incredible work that's being done by young people. Elizabeth Fu is here, I think, and was born here. In the aftermath of the war, Liz and her family became refugees. Liz was barely 4 years old. They packed themselves into a boat. They began a dangerous journey. Pirates ransacked their boat, but they made it to a refugee camp in Malaysia and eventually in 1979 to America. With just $20 in their pocket, Liz's parents started to build a new life in California. They taught their children about the importance of education, and after years of studying and hard work, Liz, a proud Vietnamese American, ended up becoming one of my top advisors on Asia in the White House. And we've relied on her for all kinds of incredible policy work that we've done over the last several years. So, to Nguyen, Loc, Liz, so many of you, you're already showing that you can change the world to reflect our best values. You're showing that with determination and commitment and optimism and hard work, anything's possible. And that's why I'm so hopeful about the future between the United States and Vietnam, that our relationship will continue to grow deeper and stronger. But I'm also optimistic that you're going to be able to change the region and the world in so many positive ways. So as the great Tran Lap sang, the path to glory days is getting closer. So come on. And so with that, now's the time for me to start taking some questions. I don't know if you've been briefed, but we have microphones in the audience. I'm going to just call on people, and I'm going to go boy, girl, so it's fair. If you can keep your questions relatively short so that we can get as many questions as possible, and introduce yourself before you ask the question so we know who you are, okay? So I'm going to start right here. Yes, and we've got a microphone coming.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Châu Thiên Hiếu from Ho Chi Minh City, and we are 100% Vietnamese-owned company that produce high-end plastic products and components in the supporting industries. And today, it is our honor to meet with the President, and we have an ambition to request for your help. And that is, we would like to be given opportunities to approach the leading enterprises in the United States, especially in the sector of consumer electronics, automotive and airline industries, and other plastic-related products for supporting industries. And so, under your help, we could be able to join and be the supplier in their direct supply chain. And we are committed to share the values of integrity and accountability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you so much. As you know, one of the things that we're really emphasizing is entrepreneurship. The idea of people starting their own businesses, selling goods across borders, creating jobs, creating great products and services. And yesterday I had a chance to meet with a number of young Vietnamese entrepreneurs who are already starting to create digital platforms to sell goods, not just in Vietnam, but also overseas. This is one of the reasons why we're pushing very hard for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, because what that does is it reduces the barriers between countries for selling their goods and services. It gives opportunities not just to big companies, but also to small companies to enter into the global supply chain. It raises labor standards and environmental standards so that all countries are working on a level playing field. And if we can get that done, and the goal is, I think, to try to complete TPP before the end of this year, then that will open up a lot of opportunities and create great confidence among investors here in Vietnam and U.S. companies who are interested in working with young people like you who may have a great idea. Now, my general role in all this is not to actually, broker deals and sign contracts. That's somebody else's job. My job is to make sure that we have the kinds of rules in place that make it easier for businesses to get to know each other, to meet. And one of the things that we're doing with the Vietnamese government is constantly looking for opportunities for trade missions, for businesses to come and learn about what's going on. And so what we'll do is we'll make sure that through the consulate or through the embassy, if and when we have U.S. businesses who are coming here to Vietnam and are interested in meeting young entrepreneurs, that you'll have an opportunity potentially to present your ideas and see if you can make a deal. All right, good luck. All right. All right, it's a gentleman's turn. All right, this guy, he looks very happy right here.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
My name is Hoang. I'm a student in Vietnam National University. I have two questions for you. The first one is that you are a very great leader, and we are young leaders. Do you have any advice that how can we be great like you?
Oh, wow. Okay. And what's the second question?
Yeah, and the second question is, we are young leaders. Do you have any suggestion that how can we have to strengthen the relationship between Vietnam and the America?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me tell you that when I was your age, I was not as well organized and well educated and sophisticated as all of you. When I was young, I fooled around a lot. I didn't always take my studies very seriously, and I was more interested in basketball and girls. And I wasn't always that serious. So you're already way ahead of me. You're doing good. Whenever I meet with young people and they ask me this question, my most important advice is to find something that you care deeply about. Find something that excites you and put all your energy and effort into it. Because the path for everybody is different. Some people are very passionate about education. Some people are very passionate about medicine. Some people are passionate about business. And so there's no one path to ending up being a leader. People sometimes think that to be a leader you have to be a great, you have to make great speeches, or you have to uh, be in politics. But there are a lot of ways to lead. Some of the greatest leaders are people who are behind the scenes. So, for example, in the United States, during the civil rights movement that helped to create opportunities for people like me, because at the time African Americans couldn't fully participate in society, everybody here has heard of Martin Luther King, but there were all these young organizers your age, people like Bob Moses and John Lewis and others, who were helping go into poor communities and registering voters and getting them active and getting them involved. And they were enormous leaders, amazing leaders, even though they never made big speeches in front of big crowds. But you have to feel passionate about something. And one of the things that I always tell young people is don't worry so much about what you want to be, worry more about what you want to do. And what I mean by that is if you are passionate about your work, then naturally, over time, you are going to rise and people will admire and respect what you've done. But if all you're thinking about is, I want to be a member of the National Assembly, or I want to be very rich, or I want to be this, or I want to be that, then you pay less attention to the actual work in front of you.
All right, folks, we're going to take you out live to L.A. Hollywood here, where a man has climbed the Hollywood sign and has a flag that says, "I'm back." We're seeing reports that it's a YouTube star or a YouTube prankster that is behind this right now. And it looks like the police are right there, and they are probably warning him, get down.
Yeah, well, what are they going to do? All right, copy that.
We're not sure what this guy is doing or why he has the flag, "I'm back," but he has climbed the Hollywood sign.
Well, Pat and Paul, he's on the D from the Hollywood sign, and he had a flag, like you said earlier on, says, "I'm back." I don't know where he was before, but apparently he is back. LAPD's here as well. You can see one of their helicopters right overhead. They're using their loudspeaker right now to tell this person to get off of the sign. Also, we know that they have ground units en route. They want to get this guy into custody. He is up here on the sign. It is trespassing. Very unusual sight for sure. He had that flag earlier on. Don't know if we have some tape, but he was waving it around. Very clearly said, "I'm back." First we thought maybe it was some sort of promotional stunt. Right now, though, it is an illegal stunt for sure. LAPD is going to try to take this guy into custody. Live in Sky 2 over the Hollywood area. I'm Stu Mandel. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right there, folks, you can see the man right there has climbed the sign. You're watching this all live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Taking his cap off, putting on another cap, and he's putting it backwards. Looks like he has a GoPro.
What was Pat's secret recipe? What was Pat's secret recipe? I heard her say something like chickpea and honey.
Looks like he's now taking a selfie.
No, he's doing some
Or a live video right now. Man is on the D. You can see LAPD there visibly upset with him.
Man, that guy needs to learn how to hover. I know.
We don't know what this guy's going to do next, but we're being told that he's a YouTube star, YouTube prankster, probably getting content for his next big film. But no word yet on what exactly he's doing or trying to do, but he did have a flag saying, "I'm back." The LAPD helicopter is there as well. You're watching this all unfold live right now. Welcome.
Dude, we are like super tight on it. He's like saying hi to him. Yeah. What did JT said? Tim said that?
Hey folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Downstream. We appreciate you guys. I'll be part of it live right now. We can see a man has climbed the Hollywood sign here. Looks like he's taking some selfies or maybe doing a live video right now. He is talking to his phone right now. Well, folks, it looks like he's coming down now. And let's see if police are there waiting for him. Goes the man. He is coming down now. Let's see if he's going to be tackled. All right, now he is moving away from the sign. He's alone apparently as well. Let's look how this is all gonna end here. Now he just looks like he's chilling on top of the hill. Taking out his phone again, maybe for another selfie. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We did see a man earlier. This man climbed the Hollywood sign there, and now he has his, oh God, now he has his flag, and now he's going under the flag. It says I'm back, but it looks like he has it the wrong way. I think he needs to flip it over. What kind of stunt is this? Now he's just putting the flag and tying it around his neck. Looks like he's going to go down the hill now. I don't think this guy has a clue. He's going to roll his ankle. 10-1, he rolls his ankle. And now he's not. I don't know if this guy has one clue what he's doing or if he had any plan today. We're being told he's some kind of YouTube star. He's going to be a star behind jail bars pretty soon. Now he's holding his arm back again. We're not sure what he's back from, but he's trying to tell the world he's back. Now he's using it. Hope he doesn't think it's a cape. This guy has no clue. Putting it around his neck again. Don't tell me he's going to go back up again. You kidding me? Looks like police are right over there. Some kind of security. They're going to say, hey, get the heck out of here. Looks like we got police over there and some bystanders. And we just got people documenting this. Like it's, so more people documenting it. Probably putting it on Snapchat. Don't tell me this guy's going back up again. Oh boy, he's going back up. This guy has no clue. He has his GoPro back up again. Apparently he didn't get the shot he wanted. What's up with people from LA trying to climb things? Folks, if you remember, about 2 weeks ago, we had a guy that climbed that KTLA tower only to come down. This guy was on top of the Hollywood sign, and then he went down. Now going back up for fun. You can see the GoPro right on top of his hat there. Here he is once again on top of the sign, of the Hollywood sign. He got his beloved flag out again that says, "I'm back." It's really important for him to show the sign. This is a real big day for him. All right, now the guy is going down. I think what happened, folks, is he dropped his flag. This is what happens when you try to do this alone, I guess. Yep, he dropped his flag. Now he's going back down. Can someone please just grab this guy? That'd be great. All right, now the guy's going down the hill again. Oh, he seems to be going at a little bit faster pace now. 10-1, he rolls his ankle, right, guys? Sitting back down. This guy has no clue. Oh, now he's waving. This guy has no clue. He's back on his phone, taking another selfie. Probably wants to see all the tweets about him, about people saying, "Man climbing this Hollywood sign." Can someone get this guy? Now, All right, folks, the man that climbed the Hollywood sign twice today on the hill looks like he's on his phone now talking to someone. He's probably saying, "Someone help me, get me out of here before I get in trouble." Or maybe he's asking, "Hey, are the news stations covering me trying to climb the sign?" All right, folks, you can see the guy is still on the phone. Apparently, maybe talking to someone's asking if he's on news coverage. If you're talking to this individual, let him know he's on Fox 10 News now, though. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. This man that we are watching right now has climbed the Hollywood sign twice. He's been talking on the phones, taking some selfies, and now looks pretty bored or doesn't know really how to get out of this situation he is in right now. Being told that this guy is some kind of YouTube star or prankster. Not sure what he was trying to accomplish today. He did climb the sign and had a flag that says, "I'm back." We're not really sure what he's back from. But now he almost looks lost and disoriented. He probably wants to get out of this area before darkness comes. Can someone get this guy? I don't think this guy had much of a plan today, and it's pretty evident.
Sorry, how's my forearm swollen? But you can tell you're welcome to join.
Folks, we are watching this man that climbed the Hollywood sign not once, but twice. Now he looks lost and disoriented. Now he's putting his little hoodie on. Someone get this guy? Guess he looks disoriented here. Hoping this isn't sort of a mental health situation. All right, folks, now the guy's looking at his cell phone once again. Oh, he's on the phone now. He's probably saying, "Hey, somebody pick me up. I didn't think this through, and I really have no escape plan, so please someone and pick me up." Oh, looks like the person didn't even pick up. That's so LA. Yeah, he has no plan here. He looks almost sad right now. Very disoriented, too. Trying to get on his phone again. He's desperate now. This is a desperate situation where he's just trying to... Looks like he's trying to contact anyone, but no one's picking up for him right now. Oh, yep. I said it earlier, folks. 10-1, he's going to roll his ankle, and I think I'm going to get pretty close. Up, here we go. Here comes the boys. The boys are there to arrest him. That's trespassing right there. We have an arrest. We have an arrest, folks. So that is the end of that journey for that fella. He is lost no more. How about that, folks? He is lost no more. He had a plan in his head. I don't think it came out the way that he was hoping for. So sometimes that happens. Trying to get a little notoriety. Look at this guy's body language, though. He's just, like, not having it. I'm still holding out on that 10-1, folks, rolling an ankle. Now it's very hard to transport somebody that is cuffed, trying to get down these hills here. Look at this. Is this just a hiker? What is this guy doing? This might be the time where that rolled ankle comes into play here. Now the guy's trying to sit down or something. This is almost comical now, trying to get this guy down. It was really embarrassing for this guy, too. Look at this. This guy had no clue. There we go. Here. Oh, there you go, folks. The guy apprehended. Skyfox up in the air is going to call this one a day.
That was something that Secretary Kerry asked the OIG to do. He undertake this.
Well, welcome back. Corey's out having a ton of fun this morning.
Yeah, he's checking out an event in Old Town Scottsdale happening tonight where you can bring your dogs, you can have a little brew, and it all helps shelter dogs.
There you go. Hey, Cor.
Morning, you guys, and welcome to Two Brothers. Boy, this is such a fun spot. If you've never been, it is wide open. Great spot to relax with your friends. They've got their own brewery right here. We featured them some time ago, but this is what they're brewing right now. Dog Days. That's right. And the reason is they're talking dogs. Tonight, a great event going on here at Two Brothers. It's called Pints and Pups, or Pups and Pints. You can go either way. But man, we've got the pups to prove it. We brought some friends out here early. I want to go kind of around the horn here if I can and make sure we get everybody's name. Let's start over here, friend. Who'd you bring?
I brought Tucker.
Hello, hello, hello. And who do you have here?
I have Chloe and Cookie.
Hi, you guys. And who's this?
This is Rocky.
Hey, Rock. Obviously, look at that face. And who do we have here?
This is Minnie.
Hi, Minnie. Good to see you, sweet. Oh, gosh, she's shaking. What a shock. And who's this?
This is Emma.
Hi, Emma, sweetheart. And I can tell you're Lola by the name tag you've got going there. Who are these guys, Rob?
This is Logan and Mala.
Oh, my gosh. Great job. Thanks for bringing them all. And this is Jill. Jill Blewett, you are with the good folks over at Lucky Paws Shelter. And talk about doing a great thing. What's your mission there? What are you guys trying to do?
Lucky Paws is a great organization here in Scottsdale. It's the cage-free, it's an only cage-free animal rescue here in Arizona and one of the few in the United States. And what we're trying to do is find wonderful homes for all the pets out there. Dogs, cats, bunnies, iguanas.
Oh, wow,
turtles.
you do it all.
We have it all. We even have some ferrets.
Well, you've been a good friend to them, not just as a volunteer, but I understand your family continues to expand.
I am a 3-time Lucky Paws mom. In fact, Miss Lola just came to us a little over a week ago, and she completes our family.
Good girl.
Have 2 other big boys at home, so she has some big brothers to play with.
Oh, fun. Well, we're going to talk a little bit more about what tonight will be like, but Rob, you brought 2 friends along as well. Tell me, what's the general vibe here? How do you describe Two Brothers to folks who haven't been here before?
So Two Brothers is a brewery and a restaurant. We have a full menu. 5 beers are always brewed in-house, along with our seasonal beers that come from Warrenville, Illinois, along with our 7 year-round beers.
Oh, wow. Now, I know you've got Lucky Dog brewing right now. Am I right?
Yeah, Dog Days.
Dog's Day, I'm sorry. Lucky Dog's the shelter. Dog Days is the beer.
Yeah, Dog Days is a Dortmunder style lager, so it's a golden lager with a crisp hop finish.
Oh, nice. I always love the descriptions. Now, tell me a bit about who is this again? This is Ginseng. Oh, Minnie. I make up names when I can't remember them. What is her breed?
She's a teacup Yorkie. Wow. So she's fully grown, puppy forever.
Good girl. Well, it's going to be a great night, and you can bring your own dog tonight, relax on the patio, and you can probably maybe adopt a dog tonight, right?
There will be some dogs available tonight for adoption, and if not, feel free to visit the website luckypawsaz.org and check out all the adoptable animals we have available.
Oh, great, Jill. Thanks so much for what you're doing there. And let's say you want a bloodhound. If there's a bloodhound available, give me 2 bloodhound tips before we wrap things up.
They slobber on everything, and they like to get into the trash.
Oh, very good. Well, I've got a brother-in-law just like that. All right, well, come see us tonight. It's Pups and Pints here with all of your friends at Two Brothers, easy to find, right here on Scottsdale Road and 6th Avenue. We'll see you soon, you guys.
Okay. Well, we are absolutely fortunate. ASU's Gamage Auditorium brings great shows to the Valley, so you can get the Broadway experience without having to go to New York.
And some of the best shows come here. Here is a look at these shows that are coming to ASU next year.
ASU's Gamage Auditorium is getting ready to usher in a beautiful 2016-17 musical season. It's headlined by the Carole King musical.
One fine day, you'll look at me.
Beautiful will be at Gamage from November 22nd to the 27th. All the songs are Carole's music. The story is... Okay. Well, with Memorial Day coming up on Monday, many of us will be flying the American flag outside of our homes. If you have an older flag that's got some wear and tear, the Peoria Fire Department will take those flags and put them to a good use.
Wow. Okay, Liz is live with more on that. Hi, Liz.
Good morning,
sorry.
everyone. Memorial Day is coming up. Maybe you're getting your flag out, getting ready to raise it up high, but maybe that flag is something that you've had around for a pretty long time. Maybe it looks something like this. John DeVirlo, you are a retired firefighter with the Peoria Fire Department, and you started this program that allows people to take their flags that may not look as pretty, red, white, and purple now, may not look as pretty, and really bring them to a good cause. So tell me about this program.
Well, it started a couple years ago. I thought we had a need for a way to properly retire our flags, and I got the idea to maybe use the fire stations as a collection point. So I had to find a place to take it to after the collection point, which was Heritage Funeral Home. They take them and use them on the vets. When they cremate them, it's a last tribute to the vets and also a better way to properly retire the flags. So I went to Chief Ruiz and asked him if I can put a box in each of the stations and use the stations as collection points for the neighborhoods. He said he was all for it and said, go ahead, do it. And this has been almost 2 years, and I've taken close to 300 flags in.
That's amazing. So every Peoria fire station has one of these boxes for people?
Yes, every station has a box.
Okay.
And also fire admin downtown, they'll take them there also.
All year round?
All year round, anytime.
Okay, great. And this is such an important thing for our veterans.
Yes, it is. It's you can't do enough for them. They've done so much for us.
If people are looking for one of the fire stations, maybe they're in the Peoria area or anywhere and they don't know where one is there some place that people can go and look?
The Peoria online will have the address to all our stations, and they can check there.
Okay. John, thank you so much.
All right, everybody, here's a live look. Times Square. Kinsey is going to be taken on over for 2 more hours on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm Mike, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Security challenges brought forth by increased passenger screening, checkpoint wait times. But before I begin my opening statement, I'd like to take a moment of silence for the victims and their families of Egypt Air 804. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Today we face a crisis at our airports, and we've all read the headlines. 3-hour-long security lines, 430 American Airlines passengers stranded overnight in Chicago O'Hare, travelers from Atlanta, Charlotte, and Alaska waiting forever to be screened, causing missing flights and further delays. More than 3,000 bags failed to get loaded onto planes in time to Phoenix, an 80% increase in wait times at JFK Airport compared to this time last year. This is unacceptable, and it is time for Congress to act. Administrator, the American people are angry and frustrated as we head into the busiest travel season of the year, starting this Memorial Day weekend, and they deserve answers. This crisis didn't just come out of nowhere. Airports and airlines have been sounding the alarm for months. There's no doubt that part of the challenge we face is a high terror threat environment. But wait times are not soaring simply because security is much tighter. It's because the TSA bureaucracy has gotten weaker. The agency has struggled to keep up with the high demand and has been unable to put the right people, the right place, at the right time. Change is not happening fast enough. Admiral Neffinger, I know you are working hard to reform TSA's broken bureaucracy, and today I hope to hear how you will confront this crisis swiftly. But Congress will not sit back as the situation gets worse. And that is why this committee in the House of Representatives passed legislation to fix this problem. I commend my colleague, Mr. Katko, for offering these bills. Among other measures, our legislation would accelerate TSA's pre-check program, which helps reduce wait times by putting low-risk travelers through expedited screening. Unfortunately, the Senate has failed to pass these bills, which in my judgment is unconscionable. And so today, I'd like to send my message to my colleagues in the other body. It's time to get moving because the American people are fed up with this. This week, we will introduce yet another bill to attack this problem, and I hope that this time we can get it to the President's desk more quickly. And in the coming months, we will take a broader look at TSA, including first ever authorization of the agency, which will give us an opportunity to make wider reforms and long-term changes. Additionally, we plan to take up legislation to enhance TSA's screening partnership program. But as I noted, we must also take into account the serious aviation threats that we face. And I think the events of the Egyptian airliner demonstrate that. And although investigators are still working to determine the cause of Egypt Air crash, one fact is clear. Terrorists are trying to bring down airplanes, and the aviation sector is their crown jewel target. This month, I led a congressional delegation to the Middle East and Northern Africa to examine the spread of terror safe havens. And we walked away concerned that screening is inadequate at some of these last points of departure airports that have direct flights into the United States. For instance, airports like Cairo lack full-body scanners to detect non-metallic IEDs, and they lack access to comprehensive terror watch lists for screening their employees. This is a concern, we know, because militants are trying to recruit insiders and inside jobs to take down passenger jets. We've seen this twice in recent months, including an attack in Somalia and one against a Russian jet flying out of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. But this is not just a problem in the Middle East or Northern Africa. Just this past December, Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, which has 50 direct flights into the United States every day, they fired 70 employees who were suspected of having extremist connections. 70. We have to help our foreign partners weed out these extremists. Again, the House and this committee passed 2 bills to ramp up security at overseas airports, and yet again, these bills are sitting in the Senate, stalling, waiting for action. It is unconscionable. It's time for the Senate to act, and the President will sign them into law. We cannot afford further delay because American lives are at risk. And as we adapt to the evolving threat, we must also make sure agencies like TSA adapt their business models to keep travel flowing smoothly. Terrorists would like nothing more than for us to undermine our own economy by allowing air transportation to grind to a halt. Admiral Neffinger, we've given TSA the resources it asked for to make screening more efficient. Congress even granted a recent request to reallocate $34 million to hire nearly 800 new TSA officers before July and to pay for additional overtime for existing personnel. Today, we expect you to tell us how you are putting these resources to work and how you're going to address the crisis at our airports once and for all. I want to thank the Admiral for being here today. I want to thank you for your service to our country. And with that, the chair now recognizes the ranking member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank you for calling today's hearing. I'd also like to welcome Administrator Neffinger and thank him in advance for his testimony. To be clear, the flying public expects and deserves efficient, safe, secure, reliable air transit. The Transportation Security Administration finds itself at the center of the federal government's effort to ensure secure passage of passenger and cargo. As you know, Mr. Administrator, the importance of this role can hardly be understated. The agency is at a critical point in its short history. TSA is still implementing reforms after covert testing last year revealed serious gaps in security screening. Now, long lines and record wait times at airport checkpoints are having spillover effects throughout our entire aviation system. Passengers are understandably anxious as they hear stories about fellow passengers who, despite their best efforts, missed flights. Asking passengers to arrive 3 hours before a domestic departure is unacceptable. In addition to the stress on passengers to wear the right clothes, decide whether to check a bag, pay exorbitant baggage fees, avoid packing prohibited items, and make tight connections, the stress on the flying public is felt most severely by airline and airport personnel. Unfortunately, it's the men and women who are the face of TSA who get blamed, the transportation security officers. Travel volume substantially increased this year, yet TSA has failed to keep pace with this growth. As a result, there's an insufficient number of transportation security officers in our nation's airport. The current situation where we have too few screeners and far more passengers did not occur without warning. In fiscal year 2011, there were approximately 45,000 TSOs screening 642 million passengers. In FY 2016, TSA had 3,000 fewer TSOs screening roughly 740 million anticipated passengers, almost 100 million more passengers and 3,000 fewer screeners. In FY 2017 budget, TSA requested funding to hire an additional 320 TSOs. To those of us who are familiar with travel volume trends, this did not seem like enough. More recently, TSA, as the chairman indicated, has announced its plan to onboard 768 TSOs by June 15. Increasing staff and resources is certainly a good thing, but only if the proper vetting and training occur before more TSOs are added. Administrator Neffinger, I want to know if TSA has the money necessary to achieve its mission. At Secretary Johnson's request, Congress recently reprogrammed $34 million in TSA accounts to pay for overtime and other costs associated with responding to the wait time crisis. While these funds will surely aid TSA in addressing staffing shortages in the short term, moving money around is not a substitute for infusing new money into an operation. TSA should have access to all of the aviation security fees collected by the flying public to bolster security. Yet the passage of the Budget Act of 2013, TSA is required to divert $13 billion collected in security fees toward the deficit reduction for the next 10 years. This year alone, $1.25 billion has been diverted. Presently, I'm working with Representative Peter DeFazio, the ranking member on the Transportation Committee, in his efforts to ensure that TSA can retain the fees it collects and put them back into our aviation system. In the absence of more money, new resources is absolutely important. Congress and TSA must resist Band-Aid fixes to complicated and well security challenges. Patching and plugging holes is not the answer. Moreover, dismantling TSA is not the answer. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are calling for a return to the pre-9/11 privatization model. Mr. Chairman, as you've indicated also, after the downed Egyptian airliner, which is still under investigation, this would not be the way to go. As one prominent airport commissioner recently acknowledged, the benefits of privatization are very marginal, and there's a huge cost in time associated with the transition. We need to look for long-term solution. One solution, as I've indicated and have written a letter to you, Mr. Administrator, is to assign the nearly 2,500 TSOs designated as behavior detection officers to checkpoint screening operation. As you know, this SPOT program has been subject to a GAO review, and it's questionable about its success. But we've spent $1 billion on this program, and we could put that money to good use. So I look forward, Mr. Neffinger, look around the committee room here. All our members use the airports to come to work every week, and I'm sure, like they are anxiously awaiting your testimony. I yield back.
I think the ranking member and other members are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We're pleased to have here today Admiral Neffinger on this very important and timely topic. Admiral Peter Neffinger serves as the 6th Administrator of the Transportation Security Administration, where he leads security operations at more than 450 airports within the United States and a workforce of almost 60,000 employees. Prior to joining TSA, Admiral Neffinger served as the 29th Vice Commandant of the United States Coast Guard and the Coast Guard's Deputy Commandant for Operations. We thank you, sir, for being here today, and we also thank you for your service. Your full written statement will appear in the record. The chair now recognizes Admiral Neffinger.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Thompson, distinguished members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I sincerely appreciate the committee's oversight of TSA's security operations and ensuring that our agency has the appropriate resources to accomplish its important counterterrorism mission. Since taking the oath of office on July 4th of last year, I have traveled throughout the country and around the world to meet with employees at all levels of our agency, and they are truly impressive. Their patriotism, their sense of duty, and their commitment to TSA's national security mission is exemplary. But to ensure their success, we need a mature enterprise that delivers the tools they need to get the job done.
Looks like we're getting a Bernie Sanders event in live. I'm going to take you there now.
Last week,
the sons of educators, and both proud supporter of Bernie Sanders. We've been traveling up and down the state, registering voters on college campuses, spreading the word about the California primary and about the political revolution. However, I'm sad to say so many people ask us why. Why care? Why vote? Why participate? Why spend time and energy on a campaign? That's an option. And I'll tell you why. This is a movement we've all been waiting for. Charlie and I are both from California. Obviously, we're brothers. But we grew up in Northern California in an agricultural area. Now, I'd be lying to you if I told you that we didn't have a childhood, but a lot of friends who I hold very dear in my heart did not. They did not have the same advantages that we had. Their parents worked hard. They did not have the option to go see doctors. They did not have the option to go see a dentist when they needed care. They did not have the option to get an education the way that we could, and it was not their fault because their parents worked I can't say it, they worked to the bone. They worked themselves to the bone, and still they did not have enough to get by. So why are we here? Why are we registering young voters? Why are we being public about our support for Bernie Sanders? Because we're standing up for our neighbors. We're standing up for our families, for the next generation, and for our future. And why? We're standing with Bernie Sanders because he has stood up for all of us over the history of his career. Regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, economic background. So, we know that you've been waiting for him. Let's get a win in California. I want everyone out on June 7th before you need to take action. This is a movement and it demands action, okay? Let's make this a win for Bernie, for our country, and for all of us. And now, please welcome to the stage, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Lancaster, thank you. This is a wonderful, wonderful turnout, and I appreciate everybody for being here. And I want to thank the couple of hundred people outside who couldn't get in. Thank you guys too. Let me thank Arthur Henke, Ruth Sanchez, and Max and Charlie Carver for those great introductions. All right, Lancaster, are you ready for a political revolution? Let me briefly tell you why we are going to win California on June 7th. We're going to win because we are doing rallies like this and grassroots activities all over this state. And we're going not just to LA and San Francisco and San Diego, we're going to small towns and medium-sized towns. We are going to towns that no presidential candidate has ever gone to. We're going to win because by the end of this campaign here in California, we will have spoken face to face with over 200,000 Californians. Now, Max and Charlie talked a little bit about political involvement, and I want to say a word about that. What the political revolution means, and by the way, congratulations, you are now part of the revolution. It means that we are going to create a government which works for all of us, not just the 1%. It means that we are going to create a government where the needs of ordinary people are heard, not just wealthy campaign contributors. It means that we are going to open up the Democratic Party so that all of you can come in and have your voices heard. Democracy is not about billionaires buying elections. Democracy is not when 2 years ago in the general elections, 63% of the American people did not vote. Democracy means you and you and you have got to stand up, fight back, and make sure we have a government that represents you and your families. And if I'm elected president, we are going to open up the Democratic Party wide open. And I want each and every one of you to march right in and to demand that the Democratic Party makes it clear that it is on the side of working people, not Wall Street. Now, this campaign is going to win because we are raising the issues and fighting the fights that need to be fought for working families. I am sick and tired of a government which worries about tax breaks for billionaires but ignores the needs of low-income and working families. Together, we are going to fundamentally change national priorities. But here is the main point I want to make this evening. Anyone here thinks that I can do it alone, you are sorely mistaken. No president can do it alone. We need to do it together. What we need to do is to start a serious discussion, and I want to do it tonight, about what the real issues facing our country are and how we go forward. And what I want to say to you is the real issues and what's important in America are not necessarily going to be seen on corporate television. You, each and every person in this room and in this country, is going to have to go into their heart and determine what are the real issues. And here are some of those issues. I am very worried that we are losing our democratic foundation as a result of a disastrous Supreme Court decision called Citizens United. What Citizens United said to the billionaire class, it said, okay, guys, you already own much of the country. Now we're going to allow you to buy the United States government. And this campaign says, no, you won't. Not only are we going to overturn Citizens United, we're going to move toward public funding of elections. Now, what that means is I would love to see people in this room running for office, whether it's school board, city council, state legislature. And I want to see you do that without having to beg millionaires for campaign contributions. Right now, we have the absurd situation where Donald Trump, you all know Donald Trump, Donald Trump, who is a billionaire, is getting help from other billionaires to become president. So our message to Donald Trump is, you know what? Billionaires are not going to run this country. People will. And while we are on the subject of our good friend Donald Trump, let me tell you why Donald Trump will not become president of the United States. He will not become president because we are defeating him in every national poll. And in every state poll, including California. Donald Trump will not become president because the American people will not elect a candidate who insults Latinos and Mexicans, who insults Muslims and women, who insults veterans and African Americans. The American people know that our strength is in our diversity. Some of us are black and some white and some Latino and some Asian American. Some are Native Americans. We have people in this room who have come from every corner of the world. That is America. That is our strength. And the American people understand that we are strongest when we come together. We will not allow Trump to divide us up. Now, this campaign is going to win because we are talking about real issues, and one of the issues we are talking about is a rigged economy. Here is what a rigged economy is about. The United States today is the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, but nobody knows that. And you know why nobody knows it? It's because almost all of the new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. In other words, if you are a millionaire or a billionaire, you're doing just great. But if you are in the middle class or working class, you are struggling, and the likelihood is you are heading downward, not upward. This is what a rigged economy is about. A rigged economy is when the top 0.1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. A rigged economy is when 20 wealthiest people own more wealth than the bottom 150 million people. A rigged economy is when one family, you all know the Walton family of Walmart? It turns out that the Walton family is the wealthiest family in the United States. It also turns out that the Walton family pays its employees at Walmart wages that are so low that many of those workers have to be on food stamps and Medicaid. And that means that the middle class has to subsidize the employees at Walmart because the Walton family is too cheap to pay them a living wage. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. But it's not just the Walton family. I was in Anaheim the other day. Disney company there obviously runs Disneyland. The guy who is the head of Disney makes $42 million a year. Company makes billions of dollars in profit, but they are paying their workers there wages that are so low, many of these workers can't even find housing and have to stay in motels. So I say to Mr. Disney, now Disney is dead, the guy who's head of Disney. And by the way, when you talk about Disney, you know, they manufacture virtually all of their toys and all of their t-shirts. You know where they manufacture them? In China, that's right. And they pay wages there very, very low. I say to Disney, bring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck back to America. Let's tell corporate America that they cannot continue to throw American workers out on the street and move to China. We need those jobs here in America. This campaign is not only about ending a corrupt campaign finance system and all of the super PACs, not only ending a rigged economy where people are working 2 or 3 jobs and almost all new wealth and income goes to the people on top. It is also about ending a broken criminal justice system. Every person in our country should be ashamed of the fact that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. Right now, we are spending $80 billion a year to lock up 2.2 million people, disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. Now, what our job is to ask ourselves, why does that happen? Why are there so many people in jail? Here's one of the reasons. Throughout this country, there are communities in inner cities and in rural areas where youth unemployment is 30, 40, 50%. Kids cannot find jobs. And when young people cannot find jobs, when they're not in school, when they're hanging out on street corners, bad things can happen. What I think we should be doing is investing in our young people in jobs and education. Not in jails or incarceration. I want the young people of this country to be in school or to be earning a decent wage. I do not want them to be rotting away in a jail cell. Now, when we talk about criminal justice, it's not only making sure that our young people have jobs, it is also taking a hard look at local police departments all across this country. Now, I was a mayor in Burlington, Vermont for 8 years, and I worked very closely with our police department, and I've worked with police officers all over the country. The vast majority of police officers in this country are honest, hardworking, and they have a very difficult job. But like any other public official, if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We must demilitarize local police departments. A good police department, and there are many of them, are part of the community. They are trusted by the community. They work with the community. A bad police department is one which looks like an invading army, and people are afraid. We have got to move toward making police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. We have got to end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. Corporations should not be making money by imprisoning fellow Americans. We have got to create a law enforcement culture in this country which says that lethal force, shooting at someone, is the last resort, not the first resort. We have got to rethink the so-called war on drugs. Now, it turns out that over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possession of marijuana. And if you are 19 years of age and you're going out and you're applying for a job and your employer says, well, tell me, have you ever been arrested? You say, well, yeah, I was arrested for marijuana. You know what? You may not get that job. A lot of lives have been ruined for arrest records on marijuana. Right now, at the federal level in Washington, we have a Federal Controlled Substance Act which lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug right next to heroin. Now, people can argue about the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but no sane person thinks marijuana is equivalent to a killer drug like heroin. And that is why, if elected president, I will take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Possession of marijuana should not be a federal crime. Now, all of you also know that whether or not marijuana is legalized, and it has been made legal in 4 states plus D.C., that is a state decision, not a federal decision. All of you know that in November on your ballot there will be a proposition calling for the legalization of marijuana. I personally believe that legalizing marijuana is the right thing to do. But when we talk about drugs, let me get to another issue, which is a tough issue that we are going to have to deal with. How many people here, let me ask you a question, how many people here know of someone who is addicted to opiates or heroin? Raise your hand. Wow, all right. This is a major national crisis. All over this country, in my own state of Vermont, it is a very serious problem. All over this country, we have people who are addicted to opiates, they are addicted to heroin, and every single day there are people who are dying of overdosing on heroin or opiates. This is a crisis that we have got to address. And in my view, if we are going to address this crisis, we must approach it in a way that says that substance abuse and addiction are not criminal issues, they're health issues. And what that means, and what this campaign is about, is thinking big, not small. What that means is we need a revolution in mental health treatment. I mean, let us be honest. There are a lot of people, I don't know exactly how many, nobody does, but we're talking about millions of people in America who are dealing with addiction, they are dealing with suicidal impulses, and in some cases, they're dealing with homicidal impulses. And what we have got to do as a nation is make it a very high priority that when somebody is addressing or dealing with a mental health crisis, they get the treatment they need when they need it. And that means not having to fill out 18 forms and getting it 6 months from now. It means walking into a clinic and saying, I am addicted, I need help today. Now, this campaign is going to win because we are listening to ordinary Americans and not just super PACs and wealthy campaign contributors. It is my view in America, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And that is why, together, we are going to raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour. It is not acceptable to me or to you that women in America earn 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. And that is why I know that every man here will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. In America today, we have massive unemployment in very many parts of this country. Now, once a month, the federal government brings out a report on unemployment, and it says recently that unemployment in America is 5%. Anybody believe that? Well, you're right. It is not 5% because that number does not include people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. It does not include people who have given up looking for work. Real unemployment in America is close to 10%. And right now in America, all of you know that we have an infrastructure, roads and bridges and water systems that are in need of serious repair. In Vermont, we got potholes that are so big that people go into them, we lose them, we don't find them until the springtime when we thaw them out. Well, that's true all over America. Roads, bridges, our rail system needs massive repair. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. We should be creating the best child care pre-K system in the world. And that means creating millions of jobs, taking care of our youngest Americans. We can create up to 13 million good-paying jobs by rebuilding our infrastructure. We need a new trade policy. Now, trade is not a sexy issue. Media doesn't talk about it virtually at all. But what has happened over the last 30 years, we have lost tens of thousands of factories in America and millions of good-paying jobs. And tonight, I tell corporate America, if you want us to buy your products, start building them right here in America, not in China. This campaign is listening to young people. And what young people are asking me is, how does it happen that when they do the right thing and go out and get the best education they can, they end up $30,000, $50,000 in debt? Now think about it. Think outside of the box for a second. All of you know that we are in a competitive global economy, and if we are going to succeed as a nation, we need the best educated workforce in the world. Is that right? In other words, we should be encouraging, making it easier for all of our people to get the education they need. Now, here is a simple truth. And the truth is that 40, 50 years ago, if you had a high school diploma, you could probably go out and get yourself a pretty good job. That's true. The world has changed. The economy and technology have changed. People today need more education if they're going to get a decent job. And that is why I believe that when we talk about public education, it is not good enough to talk just about first grade through 12th grade. That was great years ago. Right now, when we talk about public education, it should include tuition-free public colleges and universities. Let me ask you a question. Does anybody really think that that is a radical idea? It is not. It really is a commonsensical idea. And by the way, as some of you may know, in countries like Germany and Scandinavia, do you know how much college costs? Anybody know? Zero. And let me tell you something else, which you may or may not know. 45 years ago in the state of California, going to the University of California, one of the great public universities in the world, was almost tuition-free. If we could provide tuition-free education in California 40 years ago, we damn well can do it today. Now, I grew up in a family that did not have a lot of money. My parents never went to college. And all over California, there are kids in the same position. There are kids whose parents never went to college. They don't know anybody who went to college. The idea of going to college is like going to the moon. It is not in their minds. What we have got to do is to say to every child in California and in Vermont and America that if you study hard in school, if you do well, regardless of the income of your family, yes, you will be able to get a college education. How many people here are dealing with student debt? Raise your hands. Now, I have talked to people all over the country who are $300,000, $400,000 in debt after graduate school. I've talked to kids who have dropped out of college, $60,000 in debt. I've talked to people who have been paying off their student debt for decades. That is crazy. And that is why I believe that anybody with student debt in this country should have the right to refinance those loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Too many people are stuck with interest rates of 6, 8, 10%, and that is wrong. Now, people ask me, and again, this is thinking outside of the box. People say, well, Bernie, you know, you're a nice guy, you got white hair, you look like Santa Claus. You're giving away all of this free stuff. Free tuition in college, lowering student debt. How are you going to pay for it? All right, this is how we're going to pay for it. All of you remember that 8, 9 years ago, the greed and the recklessness and the illegal behavior on Wall Street drove this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. And what did Wall Street do? What Wall Street did is went begging to Congress, and they said to the taxpayers of America, oh, please bail us out. We'll be good boys. Just bail us out. And against my vote, that's what Congress did. We are where we are today. Wall Street is doing just fine. I believe we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. That tax would bring in more money than we need to make public colleges tuition free and to substantially lower student debt. If the American people can bail out Wall Street, Wall Street can help the middle class today. This campaign is listening to the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country, and many of them are living in the shadows, and they are living in fear, and many of them who are at work are being exploited, because when you do not have legal rights, you're going to get cheated by your employer. A number of years ago, I was in a town called Immokalee, Florida, a small town where they grow much of the tomatoes used by McDonald's and Burger King. Literally on the day I came into that town, a contractor had been arrested on charges of slavery, holding people in involuntary servitude 8 years ago. Can you believe that? And I met with the workers who were working at terrible wages, terrible working conditions, terrible housing. They were being ruthlessly exploited. We were able to make some changes there and improve the situation. But all over this country, those conditions continue to exist. What we need in America is comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And if the Republican Party refuses to do its job in Congress and help us pass comprehensive immigration reform, I will use the executive powers of the presidency to do all that I can. In my view, we should end the current deportation policies. Our immigration policy should be to bring families together, not divide them up. Our immigration policy should be to bring families together, not divide them up. This campaign is listening to the African American community. And they are asking me a very simple but profound question. How does it happen that we have trillions of dollars to spend on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into, but somehow we don't have the money to rebuild inner cities throughout this country? I have been to Flint, Michigan, where children were poisoned with lead in the water. I've been to Detroit, Michigan, where the public school system there is on the verge of a fiscal collapse. I've been to Baltimore, Maryland, where tens of thousands of people are addicted to heroin and cannot get the treatment they need. Instead of rebuilding communities in Afghanistan and Iraq, we've got to rebuild communities in the United States. This campaign is listening to a people whose pain is almost never heard, and that is the Native American community. country became a country, when the first settlers came here, the Native American people were lied to, they were cheated, and the treaties they signed were broken. We owe the Native American people a debt of gratitude that we can never fully repay. They have taught us some of the most important things that are part of our culture, including this lesson that we cannot fail to learn. And that is that as human beings, we are part of nature. We must coexist with nature. And that if we continue to destroy nature, our land, our water, our air, our climate, we are destroying ourselves. And one of the issues that I am very worried about, scientists are very worried about, is the issue of clean water in America and around the world. And that is why I believe we have got to end fracking. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. And I have talked to scientists all over this world. And what the scientists tell me is the debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. And as you well know, in California, climate change is already causing major problems in our country and around the world. Are we ready to take on the fossil fuel industry? Are we ready to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet? Are we ready to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy and energy? Are we ready to have our country lead the world in combating climate change and saving the planet? What this campaign is about is asking people to look outside of the status quo and to ask hard questions. Question: how many countries are there in the entire industrialized world that do not guarantee health care to all of their people? Anyone know? You go to Europe, you go to the United Kingdom, you go to France, you go to Germany, you go to Holland, you go to Scandinavia. I live 50 miles away from Canada. All of those countries guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child in their countries. Now, I have been criticized for saying this, so I'll say it again. In my view, health care is a right of all people. In this country, whether you are young or old, rich or poor, every person must be able to go to the doctor or the nurse when they need to go. How many people here tonight, be honest about it, have no health insurance? Raise your hand. Wow. Wow. Does everybody know what it means not to have any health insurance? It means you do not go to the doctor when you should. It means if you have a serious accident, you're going to spend years paying off your hospital bill. How many people here have high deductibles and high copayments. That is an indication of a failed healthcare system. Elected President together, we're going to pass a Medicare for all healthcare system. We are going to tell the private insurance companies they cannot make billions of dollars off people's sickness. We are going to tell the drug companies they will not continue to rip us off and charge us the highest prices in the world. Here is crazy. You want to hear crazy? Crazy is when 1 out of 5 Americans who go to the doctor and get a prescription cannot afford to fill that prescription. That's crazy. Crazy is when senior citizens cut their pills in half because they don't have enough money to buy the medicine they need. That's crazy. Crazy is when the top 5 drug companies in our country last year made $50 billion in profit. Well, we got news for the drug companies. Elected president, they are no longer going to charge us the highest prices in the world. They are no longer going to rip off the American people. Everybody here knows that real change, and I mean real change in American society, has never taken place from the top on down. It has always taken place from the bottom on up. Now think about it. Think about it. 100+ years ago, there were workers in California and in Vermont who were working 7 days a week. They could be fired at any minute. There were children of 10, 12 years of age working in factories, losing their hands and their fingers because they were around machinery they should not have been around. And what workers said with great courage is they stood up and they said, you know what, we're not animals, we are human beings, we want dignity on the job, we're going to form trade unions. And in many ways, the trade union movement and their courage to fight for decent wages and decent working conditions have given us the modern American middle class. In the midst of the abomination of slavery 150 years ago, there were African Americans and their allies who looked around them in horror and in disgust and said, we will someday make certain that in America we will end racism and segregation and poverty. And we will never know how many people were killed in that struggle, how many people went to jail, how many people were beaten. But over the years, millions of people stood up and fought back against racism and bigotry. Now, the children of America probably don't know this, but 100 years ago, not a long time in historical context, 100 years ago, women in America did not have the right to vote, to get the education they wanted, or the jobs they wanted. 100 years ago, what the establishment said to women, they said, your job is to stay home and have babies. That's what you're meant to do. But women said, sorry, You are not going to define us. We will define and women and their male allies stood up and said loudly and proudly that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. If we were in this room 10 years ago, not a very long time ago, and somebody were to jump up and say, you know, Bernie, I think that in the year 2015, gay marriage will be made legal in every state in the country. Now think about it. Somebody said that 10 years ago, the person next door would have said, you're crazy, that can't happen. It can't happen because there's too much homophobia, there's too much bigotry in America. It just can't happen. But because of the courage and the determination of the gay community and their straight allies, they stood up, and let me tell you something, it took a lot of guts to do this. But they stood up and they said that in America, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. If we were in this room 5 years ago, no time at all, somebody jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, this federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, it's a starvation wage, it's ridiculous. We have got to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour. Person next to him, you know what he would have said 5 years ago? He would have said, you're crazy. You want to more than double the minimum wage. You're a radical, you're an extremist. Maybe we can go to $8 an hour, maybe even $10 an hour, $15 an hour, you're dreaming. But you know what happened? Workers in the fast food industry, in McDonald's, in Burger King, in Wendy's, you know what they said? They went out on strike, and they told this country they cannot live on $7.25 an hour. And then all over the country, people started hearing them. And I was on demonstrations with these guys. I listened to their story. I was in Detroit. Listen to this. People in Detroit, $7.25, they can't even get 40 hours a week. 20 hours a week, they get in a bus, they go to another McDonald's, 20 hours a week at $7.25, they go to a third McDonald's. That is not a way to live in America. They stood up, they fought back, and you know what happened? Up in Seattle, Washington, $15 an hour. In LA and San Francisco, $15 an hour. In New York State and California, $15 an hour. So what is my point? My point is that the only way we make real change is when people stand up by the millions, fight back, and demand that change. That's it. I have been all over this country. I've been from Maine to here in California, and this is what I have observed. All over this country, people are beginning to ask themselves, how does it happen? Why does it happen that I'm working 2 or 3 jobs, and all of the wealth and income of the country is going to the top 1%? Why does it happen that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country, at the same time we're seeing a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires? Why does it happen that when millions of people are unemployed, our infrastructure is collapsing? Why does it happen that women continue to make 79 cents on the dollar compared to men? Why does it happen that we continue to have a corrupt campaign finance system which allows billionaires to buy elections? Why does it happen that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave? Why does it happen that we continue to have a broken immigration system? Why does it happen that millions of Americans continue not to have health insurance? And all over this country, people are beginning to look around and they say, wait a minute, we're not a poor country, we are a rich country. But the wealthiest people cannot and should not get it all. What this campaign is about. This campaign is based on social justice, economic justice, racial justice, environmental justice. On June 7th, there is going to be a very, very important primary, Democratic primary here in California. What I have learned throughout this campaign is that when the voter turnout is high, when working people come out in big numbers, when young people come out in big numbers, we win. Up to now, we have won in 20 states throughout this country. And if there is a large voter turnout on June 7th, California is going to be number 21. California is the most important state in terms of the Democratic nominating process. 475 delegates are up. If we can win here big in California on June 7th, if we can win in the other 5 states that are up, we're going to go into the Democratic Convention with enormous momentum. We are going to go in with momentum and we're going to come out with the Democratic nomination. And if we come out with the Democratic nomination, Donald Trump is toast. And it is one of the most progressive. On June 7th, let this great state tell the world you are prepared to go forward with a political revolution.
Sanders, I take you to the State Department video where they get a lot of heat about those Hillary Clinton emails. Listen to the State Department explain the status and the process of the Hillary Clinton email scandal. I'll take you there now.
That was something that Secretary Kerry asked the OIG to do. He undertake this review. They have made recommendations. We've already complied with many of those recommendations in the report that you'll see. And that it does, the report highlight the challenges that the State Department, but also as well as other federal agencies are facing in trying to ensure proper record keeping and accountability for email traffic.
So, wait.
Yes, sir.
My question now, that you've gone through all of that.
Sure.
And since you gave a background briefing, which I guess was anonymous spin, I don't see why you can't address something at an open press briefing.
Well, again, you can try your question again, but, you know, I'm limited.
Well, you said you would address the question.
Here's the problem, Brad. You know, and we have precedent here. We don't talk about leaked documents. We don't often address them, and we do this across the board.
But you did this morning in a conference call.
Well, we had to address through a background briefing, and I take objection to your allegation that it's some kind of spin effort. We were simply trying to get out there on background to talk about some of the allegations or some of the findings, rather, in this report, since it was out in public.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, sure.
Please. And I understand you have some limitations, but I think that there are institutional questions that ought to be addressed.
Okay.
One of the findings in the report was that the Secretary Clinton or the OIG found no evidence that Secretary Clinton ever sought approval for her use of a private server. And it also quotes the Chief Information Officer, who I believe is part of IRM, right? And the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security as saying that they believed that she had an obligation to ask them, and that if they had been asked, they would have declined to approve it. The report also explicitly states that the Undersecretary of Management discussed the issue with some of the Secretary's top staff. The Undersecretary of Management is directly responsible for the bureaus for IRM, correct? Yes? I mean, people can't see your nod.
I'm sorry.
So is the Undersecretary of Management responsible for IRM and for DS? Do they not both report to him?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Why didn't the Undersecretary of Management, who is responsible for the two bureaus that complained that they should have been asked but weren't to approve this, why didn't he raise it?
So let me try to broadly answer the points you've raised or the issues you've raised. First of all, about whether Secretary Clinton was required to seek approval. You know, and we've talked about this in the past, so I feel like I can speak about it on the record now, is that, you know, while not necessarily encouraged, there was no prohibition on using personal email. The only requirement is that, and regulations do state this, that these records need to be preserved. And, you know, I would say, looking back with 2020 hindsight, you know, we do now have records management and cybersecurity policies that would make it hard to approve this kind of outside system to replace your official email. You know, and Secretary Clinton has said publicly, you know, she would not make the same choice again. She's also said she did not seek a specific approval for this system. And I am aware that senior State Department officials, noted in the report, said they wouldn't have approved her exclusive reliance on a personal email to conduct official business. You know, I'm not going to challenge that assertion, those assertions. As I said, she herself has said she would not have done it the same way or made the same choice again. But I don't want to relitigate all of that. And frankly, I'm not sure that the report gets into assigning blame on that.
But Mark, here, one thing here. I mean, the report says, you state that there was no absolute prohibition on the use of personal email, which is true.
Correct.
However, beginning in late 2005 and continuing through 2011, the department revised the Foreign Affairs Manual and issued various memoranda specifically discussing the obligation to use department systems in most circumstances. So there was an obligation to use department systems in most circumstances, correct?
Again,
you disputing
I don't,
that?
I mean, I don't, you know, if you're quoting me chapter and verse, I'm not going to dispute that, but it wasn't prohibited.
In occasional circumstances, but it was prohibited to do it in every circumstance, because the obligation here is that in most circumstances, you have to use the department systems. So when you say it's not absolutely prohibited, you're right, but you're not right if you use that statement to suggest that it was acceptable to use it in most circumstances, because Secretary Clinton used it in every circumstance, correct?
But again, in answer to your second question, while people were aware of her use of personal email, no one had a full and complete understanding of, to the extent.
Well, let me go to the next.
Yeah, sure.
Some people did have a full and complete understanding of the extent, like she did, right?
Well, again, that's something,
she understood
and that's a
that,
question
right?
for her and her team to
Right,
answer that.
But
yeah.
there is a reason I'm raising
Yeah,
this, and it's
sure.
an institutional question, because you guys, you know, you have an interest, it would seem to me, in securing the communications of
Yes, we do.
of the top diplomat, right? And therefore, it's not just for her to ask, but surely isn't it for the people around her, including the Undersecretary of Management, who did discuss this issue with her top aides, to raise these issues? And so I want to
I'm
go
not sure
back
what you're,
to
I apologize, I'm not sure
Yep.
what you're referring specifically about. He did discuss these
So,
issues.
on page 38, it says, in August 2011, the Executive Secretary, the Undersecretary for Management, and Secretary of Clinton's Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff, in response to the Secretary's request, discussed via email providing her with a department BlackBerry to replace her personal BlackBerry, which was malfunctioning, possibly because, quote, and this email has been released, her, quote, her personal email server is down. So the Undersecretary of Management, the Chief of Staff, an unidentified Deputy Chief of Staff, all discussed this issue via email. The Undersecretary of Management is responsible for the two bureaus, IRM and DS, who say that they believe the Secretary had an obligation to ask her permission, ask for approval to use this, and who say that if they had been asked, they would have said no. And I don't understand why their boss wouldn't have addressed this issue, because he's responsible for both of them, and he discussed it with the top officials in the department, including the Chief of Staff.
It is our understanding, Arshad, that the full extent of her use of private email was not clear to senior staff. Now, what you're referring to is the two.
Meaning who? Her deputy, her Chief of Staff didn't know this?
Her, again, people were aware she was using it. I can't speak to that specifically. You're talking about Undersecretary for Management.
Maybe he didn't know.
All I can say is,
but-
and so just to finish my response, I think what you're referring to is knowing, to use an expression, 20/20 hindsight, that these two senior State Department officials then said they would not have approved of this. Again, I think Secretary Clinton has said as much, that she, looking back, would not have done the same course of action. I also want to say,
the
sorry.
department make an effort, because some people did know it. She knew it, her Chief of Staff knew it, and her Undersecretary for Management, to some degree, was aware that she had a personal email.
But I do
thing
think
and was
we,
and
so-
knew that there was a discussion of replacing it,
So-
and knew that that was ultimately rejected. So I don't get why the department, understanding it has such an obligation to secure her communications, would not, at a senior level responsible both for information technology and diplomatic security, wouldn't have raised this and flagged it as an issue, so you would be in keeping with your own rules.
So again, without wading too much into the details of this, which I'm uncomfortable doing, given that it's not gone public yet, but a couple of things. One is, we have said in the past and continue to say that, our our record keeping, we could have done a better job at preserving emails and records of secretaries of state and their senior staff going back, frankly, several administrations. So back to before Secretary Clinton. We recognize that. I will also make the point that, the fact that she turned over some, 52,000 pages of her emails, and I think the OIG recognized that, in some ways mitigated those past preservation problems. You're talking about, and I get your question, which is, was there knowledge? If there was knowledge, why weren't steps taken? I'm not going to relitigate that. I just am not. The OIG report has its conclusions, has its recommendations. We've worked to address those recommendations. We acknowledge that we need to do a better job with our record keeping. We believe we're doing such. We've taken steps to meet all of the recommendations that the OIG report has made. And in fact, the OIG has said that we are in compliance, or has, rather, that they consider all eight recommendations. No, I apologize. That all 8 recommendations have been resolved.
Yep. So good. I got one more
Yes,
set of
sir.
issues on this. So in the background briefing,
Yep.
one official said repeatedly that the report says that we didn't do a great job. The phrase "great job" and "didn't do a great job" appear nowhere in the report. The report's conclusion states, "The department generally and the Office of the Secretary in particular have been slow to recognize and to manage effectively the legal requirements and cybersecurity risks associated with electronic data communications." And in its opening one-page summary, it says, "Management weaknesses at the department have contributed to the loss or removal of email records, particularly records created by the Office of the Secretary. These weaknesses include a limited ability to retrieve email records, inaccessibility of electronic files, failure to comply with the requirements for departing employees, and a general lack of oversight." Do you believe that the official was truthful in stating we didn't do a great job? Because great job, he said that the report says that over and over again. The phrase is not there, and what it says is that there were systemic weaknesses and management weaknesses and a general lack of oversight. And I ask this because the briefing was on background, and I believe people should be accountable for what they say and the accuracy of it. And I don't see why an official would say we didn't do a great job, that the report says that, when that's not actually what the report says. The report says there were systemic failures and management weaknesses and a general lack of oversight. That's not we didn't do a great job. That's you had, do you believe that official was correct in making that statement?
Look, I'm not going to parse the expression he used to acknowledge the fact that we, like many federal agencies, we're not doing enough to meet the requirements of records management and preservation. I think we've acknowledged that. I've acknowledged it just now on the record. And yet, moving forward, we believe we have set in place at the direction or under the direction of Secretary Kerry efforts to fully comply and meet and improve our records management and preservation system here at the State Department. And, again, I don't mean to broaden the lens here, but, agencies across the federal government have been working to adapt to, unbelievably enough, because emails have been around for a while, but, the fact that we live in an email-dominated business environment these days, and yet we still were relying up to a few years ago on this print and file system, which is inadequate. We recognize that, and we have set in motion. So your question or your allegation notwithstanding, we acknowledge.
It was truthful.
We acknowledge
It's a
that.
question whether the
But we
guy
have-
was
no, but
truthful
we
in
have-
that
right.
statement.
But
And I
we
don't
have-
think the cloak of anonymity should be sufficient for not telling the truth about what a report says.
I don't think there was, I don't think, so, sorry, Brad, I'll get to you in a second. So with all due respect, Arshad, the quote-unquote cloak of anonymity, it was a background briefing that we set up, which is a common practice. All of you know in this room, we do background briefings all the time in order to add a little bit more depth and context than we might add regularly on the record for a lot of obvious reasons, so we can give you guys more information or share some of the inner workings. I'm going to finish on this. There's not any effort to spin this. There's not any effort to hide or obfuscate about what the information is. But I will also acknowledge that one of the reasons we did this on background, acknowledging the fact that other people who were privy to this report before it was publicly released chose to leak it to members of the media. So you see the dynamic here, and none of us are clean on this, so to speak, in the sense that you guys all got the report leaked to you, or many of you did, but not all of you did. And in an attempt to address that, we held this background telephone press conference to try to address some of your questions. We had no choice, but it is always our preference that this stuff is released publicly, and then we can discuss it publicly.
Very
Yeah, go ahead,
targeted
Brad. Sure.
questions. The implication on the call was that the department didn't educate people enough. Wouldn't Clinton, as the head of the entire department, isn't that her responsibility, not the department's responsibility to her? That's the first one.
I mean, first of all, you are right in that we have said that we did not do a good enough job in processing and out processing, to put it in a bureaucratic way, our senior officials, but even as an institution, so that people were aware of what the regulations were. Brad, I only say that a lot of these regulations have only kind of been thought about and formulated since she left office. In 2013 specifically was when NARA came out with kind of new and improved recommendations and looked at this. So
the report says the guidance was considerably more detailed and sophisticated by Clinton's tenure, and her security practices should be evaluated accordingly. But be that as it may,
yep.
You reference again that not everyone knew that the past secretary only used private email. Wasn't that her responsibility to let them know? In fact,
well,
there is no other way they would have known, correct?
Well, that's not necessarily true, but as an institution, again, we acknowledge that we could have done more to.
But that's her responsibility, isn't it? It even says here, Secretary Clinton had an obligation to discuss using her personal email account to conduct official business with their offices. Not they had an obligation to learn independently about.
You're talking about her. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about just. Apologies if I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about her.
Server.
That it was her responsibility to inform the department about regulations or. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, I'm talking about
question.
her using a private email and private server.
Again, I'll just go back to what I said before, which is that it wasn't encouraged, but it was not prohibited.
There were hack attempts on her server. How did that not bring a reassessment that maybe this isn't? And then it apparently just got plugged back in. How did that not bring a reassessment that maybe this wasn't the best strategy?
Well, I don't know. Again, I don't know if the OIG specifically addresses the security of her system.
Well, he says that she never told anybody about it.
I do know there were hack attempts, but none of them were successful.
How do you know that none of them were successful?
I would just have to refer you to the.
How do you know that? Because the report does not say that none of them were successful.
I apologize. Actually, I misspoke.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But I will say, but I just would refer you to Secretary Clinton's team for questions about the security of her system. Yeah, Carol. Let's go to Carol, then I'll go to you, Justin. I apologize.
Mark, this morning on the call, there was a fair amount of discussion about the fact that when there was a comparison made with the three secretaries who used it almost exclusively, and in that section that Brad just quoted, they said specifically that the rules were clearly in line, were clearly in place. By the time the secretary came in, they were much more sophisticated. So when you compare what Secretary Powell did and what Secretary Clinton did, even though this morning many people said, or it was said repeatedly that this was a problem going back several administrations. Do you not see a difference between what Secretary Powell did and what Secretary Clinton did?
Again, I'm not going to, litigate from this podium or compare and contrast. I think that what we've said is that, the policies, the regulations regarding the use of private email have only really been clarified in the past several years. Up until that point, again, understanding that it was not encouraged to use personal email, but it was not prohibited. And I think that this is an evolving process in the sense that, not exclusively to the State Department, I might add, in the sense that, many agencies are struggling with how to preserve and manage records keeping for email use, official emails versus personal emails. Again, I mean, there are circumstances, and we've talked about this before, where senior officials sometimes do have to use personal email.
But it was repeatedly said that this is a problem going back several administrations. The only example given in the report was Secretary Powell. But it would seem that they seem to go out of their way to try to distinguish between the two. Do you not see a difference?
I'm sorry, in the report, you mean?
The report.
Seem to distinguish between
the circumstances in the sense in that section Brad just quoted.
Well, I think, again, I would only say that it's been an evolving understanding of some of the challenges in records keeping involving personal email, but also in the sense that, we've also been, and I mentioned this to Brad, how we need to do a better job, and we believe we are doing a better job at onboarding, out-processing senior officials so that they understand the constraints and the rules and the regulations surrounding use of personal email versus official.
Do you believe Secretary Powell acted improperly?
I'm not going to make that judgment.
What's your reaction to the recent swap between Kiev and Moscow?
Can I say that? I'll go back. Justin,
all right.
your turn. Sorry.
All right. Sorry. So I had one about the email as well. And
sorry, we'll get to you. I promise. We just how we normally do is we run through. So yep.
This may already be known, and I might have missed this, but are we, or am I wrong to have assumed that all of the emails in the state, all of Secretary Clinton's emails in the State Department's possession would have been released to the public via the FOIA page? Or do you in fact have a number of emails that didn't meet those standards that weren't involved in the FOIA request, and therefore you're holding a number of her emails that we haven't seen?
So what we have released through our monthly FOIA process that all of you love so much was approximately 55,000 pages of emails that Secretary Clinton provided to the department. I think at the time she said she does not have access to any work-related emails beyond those that she turned over to the department. So
I think she said she did not keep.
She did not keep, rather, thank you. She did not keep work-related emails beyond those she turned over to the department. So in answer to your question, what we've done through the FOIA process is turn over all of the emails that she turned over to the State Department. And we have found in additional things, I'm not saying that, when you have replies and other, that there are additional emails out there. And in this case is I think, a case of such an example.
How many do you estimate that you have that have not been made public?
I don't think we have an estimate, and I don't think it's a large number. I just think that there are stray examples like this.
Okay, because some of them seem to be quite relevant, as in this November 2010 email in which one of her deputy chiefs of staff suggests she set up a state.gov
relevant
account.
To what? I mean, the FOIA request, what was the FOIA request? Was about, what?
It wasn't a request.
Or, sorry, what?
It was an offer by her to release all her work-related emails.
Well, whatever the case may be, some of the emails that you still have in your possession seems relevant to her decision to keep a private email rather than use a state.gov one, which is essentially the entire question. So I'm just wondering if you are interested in releasing any of those emails relevant to this whole discussion about.
I can't speak to that. We certainly, if there's additional FOIA requests, we would.
Okay, there may be, if there aren't already.
If she had written all of these emails on a state.gov account, would it have been for the State Department lawyers to decide which ones were personal and which ones were official? Or would it still have been her team that decided which ones that she would offer through the FOIA process? Because the ones you've released are ones that she decided were relevant. If she had sent them originally through an official account, would she have had the right to choose which ones were official?
It's a good question. I don't know when.
Can you check that one?
I can look into it certainly because and the reason I ask is I don't know if, for example, I was FOIA'd, whether I would have kind of first right to say here's all my official emails or not, and then they would then be vetted properly. I just don't have the answer for it. I don't know enough
Can you
about the
take that one
process.
and then just one simple follow-up? What is Secretary Kerry's system for receiving and sending emails?
Well, Secretary Kerry relies primarily on his state.gov account for work, and the emails on his state.gov account are automatically archived, and this is an improvement. This is part of the advancements that we've made. So any email that he sends is automatically copied and remotely saved electronically. And again, this speaks to the fact that we're now complying. This automatic archiving approach does comply with the Federal Records Act as well as email records management requirements. So.
And he sends and receives that through a computer here in the building, or does he have access to a mobile device with state.gov filings?
Both, I believe.
Mark, just to go back to Justin's question, has the State Department released all the emails that Secretary Clinton turned over?
Yes.
Then why on the background call was there a discussion of an email that an official admitted was not released to the public?
Because it wasn't part of that tranche of emails that she turned over. And if I explained that poorly, I apologize. There are other emails out there, and she has said that she only turned over what she still had in her possession. So that does not exclude the fact that there are other responses, replies, you know how email works, where there is the body of an email from her that was not reflected in the amount of emails she turned over.
Emails from
There
Secretary
can be, and
Clinton.
I just don't have an accurate, I just don't have
It's not a large number, though.
I will double check. I don't know that we've even looked or as these things turn up, but it's not like there's some huge cache, no.
Did the State Department mislead the American public when it came to Secretary Clinton's emails in the past year?
No, I don't believe so at all. In fact, we've always said that we were simply going through, and we were very clear about this, almost tediously so when we talked to you guys about it, is that systematically every month we went through this 55,000 pages of emails that she gave to us through the FOIA process. We edited, upgraded them as necessary but before we released them publicly. But we only dealt with what we received from Secretary Clinton.
But today, the IG is saying that Secretary Clinton was not in compliance with State Department email policy, yet for the past year, all we've been hearing about from that podium is that the Secretary was in compliance.
We haven't said that either. What we said is that, and I believe, and Brad can yell at me because I'm wading into the into the report's findings, but they did say that the fact that she did turn over this large tranche of emails and made an effort to do so mitigated the lack of compliance previously. Please, yeah.
Mitigate doesn't mean negate.
I get it.
It,
I said mitigate.
it actually implies the opposite of what you're saying, that she did do something wrong, and that this mitigates, it lessens, it dampens the effect of that wrongdoing. It doesn't even out. If you rob a bank and you return the money, it's a mitigating aspect, but it doesn't mean you didn't rob the bank.
Well,
Not
first
that
of
this
all-
is necessarily.
First of all, yeah, let me just back away from that claim
basic
right there,
grammar
but-
here, Mark.
No, I mean, we didn't say that, but what look, and you know, I can't say this enough. You know, we have to do it, and we are doing a better job in processing senior officials. We're doing a better job at making sure that from the top on down, that people understand the importance of record keeping and management. And all we can do is be forward-looking and try to improve and correct the system that we have.
Did the Secretary
Yeah,
Clinton
yeah.
break, violate the law?
No, because, and we said this, there was no restriction, there was no regulation that said she could not use personal email.
But you admit she made mistakes.
The former Secretary Clinton would have violated the law, a matter for the FBI investigation to decide whether they're going to bring any charges.
Well, there are other,
ultimately for the judicial
there are
process.
there are other, there are other reviews out there that we can't speak to, but legitimate point.
One other question. I want to follow up on Brad's question. You, with regard to hacking attempts, you have previously confirmed, have you not, that there were efforts to hack into the Secretary's email?
I think we have, yeah, but I'm not 100% sure.
So-
But I mean, hack in, I mean, right, but none of them, that's why I believe that none of them were successful. We have, I think, addressed that before, but I'll double check.
So here's my next question
Yes.
then, because Brad asked you, how do you know that they weren't successful? And you said, I misspoke, I apologize. And I just want to
Well-
understand, do you have any reason to think that there was a successful
No.
attempt?
And Brad pointed out was the OIG report, what I was saying, I misspoke, was thank you for giving me the chance to clarify. The OIG report doesn't address specifically the security of her system, including whether or not any of the reported attempted hacks were successful. And for that, I would just have to refer you to her team to talk about whether there were or whether any were successful.
But to your knowledge,
To our knowledge, they were not, but I don't know if that's a comprehensive knowledge.
fine, thanks.
Yeah. And guys, I apologize for this. I have to leave soon, so if we're exhausted.
There's just two very quick questions. One is about
I'll get to you, I
about the technicality, that whenever a embargoed report gets leaked or somebody breaks the embargo, usually the organization lifts the embargo.
But it's not
the
our-
similar
yeah.
way. The report is everywhere. And why are you still keeping it? Why don't you release?
And I would
That's
refer
one.
you, and I would refer you to the office of the Inspector
yeah,
General
the-
for
the
that,
sec- the-
because,
the s-
no, let me finish, T. Because they are not under the State Department's authorization. They are a separate entity. And so they're the ones who will release the report.
And the second you mentioned about the NARA, Jason Barron, the former director of NARA, spoke at the National Press Club last year. I hosted the four, experts, and they clarified that all the secretaries till today, since the emails came into being, have been not using state.gov. The Secretary Kerry is the first one using
It's
it.
been a mixture, yeah.
Yeah, and then, but, so this is not the technicality. The point is, they said that the NARA has put into place, when Secretary Clinton was, some sort of procedure that was not followed. Like by 2016, 2019, you have a deadline to put everything on the web. There won't be any, you won't have copies of all the archives will be on the web. So that something where, and also, what about those 30,000 emails that she deleted? Or did she keep them for even if you have personal emails, you don't delete them. You keep them for your private.
Yeah,
so
I can't speak to that. You'll have to direct that question to her. Please, I want to move on to a couple of other. I apologize, T-Gender. But
So what is your reaction to the recent swap deal between Kiev and Moscow?
well, first of all, we welcome today's news about Nadia Savchenko and the fact that she was returned to Ukraine. And as you note, the government of Ukraine did make the humanitarian decision to also release 2 Russian service members who were captured on Ukrainian soil. We're delighted that she's home. She was captured, as we all know, in combat in eastern Ukraine, taken against her will into Russia. And, we believe her release and this exchange is an important opportunity. And it's an opportunity for all sides, especially Russia, to fulfill its commitments under Minsk, under the Minsk agreements. And we think that it sets the right stage now and should provide the impetus for a complete implementation So moving forward, we want to see, a sustained, credible ceasefire. We want to see full access for the OSCE. We want to see elections under Ukrainian law that meet OSCE standards. And we also want to see the withdrawal of foreign forces and equipment, and finally, the return to Ukraine of full control of its international borders. These are the steps that need to be taken. Please.
Are you then concerned that in his speech, President Poroshenko said he intends to return Donetsk and Crimea the same way he brought back Savchenko? I mean, are you concerned about that?
I'm unclear what that, same way that he would, what's the implication there?
Well, in his statements, when he says he wants to bring back Crimea and Donetsk in the same way they brought Savchenko. Now, Savchenko herself has said she intends to return to combat missions.
Well, first of all, let's take a step back here.
Sure.
I mean, it was Russia who occupied illegally and remains in Crimea. So we do believe that Crimea should be returned to its rightful owner, if you will, which is Ukraine. In terms of eastern Ukraine, we've been very clear that Russia and the separatists that it backs actively in eastern Ukraine need to comply with the commitments that they made under Minsk, which provides a path towards resolution of this ongoing conflict. As to Nadia Savchenko's future plans, hopefully she'll spend time reconnecting with her family and taking some well-earned rest.
What she said was, "I am ready to once again sacrifice my life on the battlefield for Ukraine." Are you concerned about the country being put into conflict once again?
Well, look, I mean, she was a soldier who was imprisoned while in combat in eastern Ukraine, fighting separatists, fighting Russian troops on the ground at the time. I don't know what her military future holds, but I think she's speaking from that perspective.
Can I ask
Please, in the back,
on
Lily.
on Taliban?
Can I ask?
Really quickly, two more questions,
I've
guys. I
got a
apologize.
quick question on the new Taliban leader.
Yep.
Mullah Habibatullah.
Yep.
I wanted to check with you. Is he any kind of a terrorist designated list under the U.S.?
He's not. No, he's not. You said asked if he was on the designated terrorist. He's not.
And how do you react that he has rejected the peace process?
He has rejected the peace
Yes,
process?
The Taliban has rejected the peace process.
Well, look, I mean, we would hope that he would seize the opportunity. He does have an opportunity in front of him to choose peace and to work towards a negotiated solution. We hope that he makes that choice now.
They have met.
Nike, real quick. I got to move quickly. I'm sorry.
Excuse me for being asked so bluntly. I'm just asking for as a matter of fact. Is he going to be a next target if he object the peace process?
I'm not going to predict who we might target in the national security interests of the United States.
Another one on Azerbaijan. Another
Azerbaijan.
prisoner of conscience released today is Azerbaijan journalist Khalija Ismailova. Do you have anything on that?
We've seen those reports. We will have more to say later. We do welcome her release.
Does the department have any reaction to Prime Minister Abe saying he will not visit Pearl Harbor?
President Abe saying he will not
visit Pearl Harbor,
visit Pearl Harbor
in exchange for the visit.
No, I mean, we've said this before. Look, I mean, our relationship with Japan is strong, strategic. We have built a partnership with them over the past 70 plus years that is durable and forward-looking, with an acknowledgement of the sacrifices and the pain that preceded it. Please.
Visiting Pearl Harbor
I'm not
and
gonna-
Hiroshima.
Please.
Japanese foreign minister yesterday said the American bombings in Japan was extremely regrettable. Have you ever feel the pressure from Japan to ask the United States to apologize?
You said who said? I apologize.
Japanese foreign minister said yesterday the United States atomic bombing of the city were extremely regrettable.
Of Hiroshima.
Yes.
Well, the president's going to visit there. Secretary Kerry visited Hiroshima, spoke very movingly about his experience. Again, I would just say that, we acknowledge the pain of the past, and we look forward to building a stronger future. and, with that in mind, that we need to move beyond the conflicts and the suffering and the sacrifices and build a stronger alliance with respect to that. Please.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Yeah.
You can dispense with it fast, and I know it's like the 5th day in a row, but at least it's now formally been announced that Avigdor Lieberman is to be Israel's defense minister. Do you have any comment on the new Israeli government and his appointment to that job in particular?
I do. We have seen reports and agreements been reached to expand the coalition. We've also seen reports from Israel describing it as the most right-wing coalition in Israel's history. And we also know that many of its ministers have said they oppose a two-state solution. This raises legitimate questions about the direction it may be headed in, and what kind of policies it may adopt. But ultimately, we're going to judge this government based on its actions. We're going to work with this government, as we have with every Israeli government that preceded it, with the goal of strengthening cooperation. And we remain steadfast in our commitment to the security of Israel, and then our commitment to working towards a two-state solution. Thanks, guys.
All right, so that wraps up Fox 10 News.
Do you want to do the background? I apologize.
Monday through
Thank
Friday
you so
right
much.
here on fox10phoenix.com.